Hello, everybody, and welcome to Proving Grounds number 24 here on IPL. My name is Falco, and I have the pleasure of being joined here with one of the head TOs for Proving Grounds, Popgun. We were hoping to get a game going right now, but unfortunately, we have a little bit of a delay.
You know, I took a little bit of a break from TOing because my wife gave birth to a human being. And I gotta admit, while I was away, I didn't really miss it that much. But I still come back because I enjoy it, you know. This is something, it's a good hobby to have, to help us get through this life until we eventually die and pass away. Just kind of wasting time till that happens. I gotta say, every now and then you come across something that's just like, this is so annoying. But you don't let one jackass team ruin the party for everyone here. Isn't that right? You would know. You deal with jackass teams all the time.
Well, as somebody who is not that I'm not a TO, but as somebody who has, organized and tried to stream a bunch of Ludi sets, yes, I do know the struggle of teams not showing up when you expect them to. But it is what it is. I know for Proving Grounds in particular, there's typically a lot of teams who sign up. I won't say like at the last minute, but again, you would probably have a better idea than I would as far as that goes. And I feel like it's definitely more of a casual tournament that teams will play in rather than like a low ink or obviously a major that we have coming up this weekend. But just things happen, I guess. Who knows? Game weird, game be funky sometimes. But yes, I do know from experience for that. But yeah, tonight we have 35 teams, I believe, who checked in. So I believe there were a few that had to play kind of our fake little round one, and fortunately for a few of them, their night's going to be very short. But that's just par for the course here on Proving Grounds.
Okay, so we had 33 teams check in.
Oh no.
And as soon as we started, one of the teams dropped immediately and then asked to be undropped like a few minutes afterwards after we already dropped them. So there's two teams playing a fake round one that they didn't have to play anyways.
So correct me if I'm wrong with this. If you say you're dropping, that's set in stone. You can't. There's no. Is this your final answer? Right? Like
yes.
Once you type it, yeah. Okay, that's what I figured.
Now, okay, so like since we got time to kill, obviously, a lot of times people will drop in low ink and then they'll add, well, can I come back or something like that? And it's like, well, no. Once you hit start generate on the next round, you can't go back. That is saved for all of eternity. In something like a double limb, if you drop a team, you can undrop them technically, but it's also just like no, we just got rid of you. We're not playing this game of like, oh, am I gonna drop? Am I not gonna drop? It's like there's nothing really on the line here. And my philosophy with Proving Grounds, with anything we do here, is how do we make this as least stressful as possible for us TOs? So if we ever make a decision that you don't like, so be it. Like, I'm not sitting here saying you have to agree with everything we as TOs do, because we screw up sometimes. But like, I'm also just trying to get through this and go to bed. That's my number one goal with Proving Grounds. Everyone have a good time. Let's get through it. Go to bed, and then you can DM me tomorrow about how much I suck, and then I'll leave you on red forever. So that works.
There's multiple ways you can go about it, but I feel like
this is starting off great, by the way.
I was going to say, hey, we didn't have a Proving Grounds 2 weeks ago. Maybe everyone is just a little rusty with how things work, but that's okay. That's all right.
By the way, is this the first time post PJ that you and I have been in a VC together? I think it is.
Yeah, no, literally the last time we were in a voice chat together, I think was the prep call for LTC, like the commentary meeting thing.
Yes.
So, yeah, good to be back with you. I didn't expect it to be on Proving Grounds though. So, but this is fine. I was hoping to see Zach, but I guess since you're here, it's fine too. It's okay.
Yeah, all you can do is hope. Right at that point, sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet and commentate with full pop gun.
Just That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, as Lord Farquaad once
You
said.
know, we had Cirque commentate this tournament once. Cirque is extremely good at pronunciation of Latin names. And if I can butcher this, I believe it is pronounced Trikitrakatelas. I already know I completely whored that up. I think it's a cookie. A type of cookie. Although the logo is a monkey with a check mark, so I could be wrong with that. Essentially, this looks like a Michelin hero-ish pickup. One shot, cast Fear. I don't think Fear is playing tonight because they were subbing out somebody for them, but that's who Tricky. We're going to call them Tricky, just to be safe. I don't want to sit here and butcher people's team names.
You know, I put it in Google, and all I got was a bunch of memes. But I don't even know what
Okay.
the memes are of like eyes. Like I don't even know how to describe it. So I
Tricky.
I'm just I'm going to take your word for it. But they actually have a pretty extensive roster. One of the members that's on here that is not shown is Jeff. Is that Jeff the Sploosh one trick?
Oh, you know what? It probably is.
I was going to say
now that
they're
I think
with here
about
with
it.
one shot, so I would imagine
Right.
it might be. So this is a fun team to watch. You know, it was you and Lily who were commentating that Ludi match between them and In Control Red Sun.
Red
Where we just
Sun and
saw,
Enrage. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
Jeff
yeah.
and it was Jeff was like one of the best, if not the best players in the lobby, even though it was a losing effort. A Sploosh one trick, I believe, who has zero competitive experience and is a DivX player. That's just how it is. So
Yeah.
yeah, you'll get to see you're treated to that nonsense tonight, which is honestly kind of exciting. Not gonna lie.
Well, but then again, there are 7 people on this roster, so who knows which 4 they're going to pull out for this upcoming match. But Flower Pot, have you played Mario Wonder, by the way?
I okay, so I haven't done much of anything gaming. I'll play like one game of Splatoon just so I can get to the catalog at the end of the month. So I don't have time to do Wonder yet, and I'm a hypocrite because I'm gonna get Mario RPG day one that it gets released. But that's mostly nostalgia. I haven't gotten around to Wonder yet.
Mhm.
Have you played it?
Yeah, I'm on the final. I think I beat the final world leading up to like the final world. So like I mean there's 6 worlds and then there's kind of like the final area. So I'm on getting to that final area. But that's definitely like my casual game where I'll play in the living room and my wife likes to watch. So it's
Yeah.
you know, chill weeknight, you know, we're just low key a lot of good fun stuff.
I will say this. I am purposely trying to stay in the dark because I know I'll play it eventually. So if somebody's streaming it, I'm dodging that stream.
Right,
I know
right.
I've dodged from people streaming that. Um, I've also I saw a tweet earlier, not from the Splatoon community, but just in general. It was like if you have this flower pot or this talking flower guy as your Discord PFP, I'm ignoring your DMs, and I got like 10,000 likes. So I
So
know at least 6 people in the Splatoon community that got that
and
PFP.
as somebody who's played the game, like I understand it. Like I understand why people have it, and I understand why people are like critical of it too. Like that's really funny. But again, I won't spoil it for you. But yeah. Oh, we have a game going on.
Oh, so I believe Flower Pot did really well in the last Squid Junction that took place, I believe, last Saturday. I forgot to talk about. There's one shot on the tried and true E-Leader. There's no Jeff in the lobby, it looks like, for Team Tricky. Although for Team Flower Pot, that is a brush wiper combo. You can see that to him.
Yeah, you know, on paper, not a lot of paint, but we've seen what pencil can do, and obviously with having the splatter shot, you know, it's going to be your painter, but your painter on the side of Trick. I'm just going to call him Trick. Tricky. That's going to be Cast, who is a very, very strong player. Definitely going to be kind of their frontline player pushing up, and yeah, they're going to be taking that first checkpoint pretty quickly and convincingly, already having 2 members down on Flower Pot. So yeah, they're going to be getting that checkpoint and pushing up. Take a look here where Martin is, this brush, or the roller player just guarding these ledges, making sure nobody's dropping down.
It's a really good roller map, kind of makes sense. I've always said there's not a bad weapon you can use on this map, but there's some weapons that really shine here. Carbon roller being one of them, as well as a scoped E-Leader, which is going to be difficult for Flower Pot having to deal with getting one shot off of that spot. I see them rotating back over to the stacks back and forth right there so they can just completely dominate mid. So until they can find a way to kill one shot, they're not really going to accomplish a whole heck of a lot here. Or they could just kill everyone else and force them to jump back. But so far, Flower Pot getting back slowly into mid, killing one shot, but losing 2 players in the process.
Yeah, Moko is actually doing a pretty good job there, pushing up on the right stack, kind of forcing themselves into a 1v3, but again, just throwing all the attention. But unfortunately, once they went down, that is right where Trikit just, picked up right where they left off. And look, they're already at that second checkpoint, using that whale as well, doing a good job just painting all around the tower and marking exactly where they were before, guarding some of these ledges, and now it's just going to be one shot who's alive. But look at this, they are still trying to push this tower, and they are staying alive, just doing a little bit of a dance. And hey, if you're going to push and get 10 points, sometimes that's really the sacrifice that you want, even though you're going to go down. You're almost getting to that 3rd checkpoint, so I'd say that was well worth it.
Yeah, scoped E-leader in a 1v1 with a wiper, believe it or not, is a losing matchup, but it doesn't really matter as long as you can add to the lead. Keep the tower, and most importantly, buy time for the tower to stay on the enemy side of the map for the rest of your teammates to respond, get back in, get control of mid, and now you can just pick up right where you left off. Team Tricky's looking really good right now. But from Flower Pot, I want to start building up those specials. I want to react better. That's the defense to that, right? An Inkazuka shot coming from over the stack you didn't see. You got to react a little bit better than that.
Yeah, I mean, that can just be so tricky sometimes, because most of the times when the Zuka's coming and you see it, it is too late. It's too late to react just because it kind of popped out of nowhere. But Trikit is, again, just using some of these specials and pushing up. And take a look at the Gal. They're pushed up in front of the tower. That is going to be Albert, who's really just trying to poke around some of these ledges, getting some picks. And the rest of their team is really going to start cooking here. And I think Cass just has a ticket to victory. Yeah, they take game 1.
Nicely done by Team Tricky to get the 1-0 over the Flower Pot team. No Jeff, no Sploosh. Sploosh not required.
Nope, Sploosh sold separately on this one. But hey, they didn't need it. They definitely didn't need it for this set. Again, seemed pretty in control pretty much the entire time here. I think too, just having these late specials pushing forward is definitely going to help. They had all these time that they could just kind of build their specials. They didn't have I think that's really where they benefited from, is they didn't have to worry about using these specials at checkpoints prior, because this was their second time around. Typically they would have used it at those first or second checkpoints. So they really didn't need it.
And I just want to remind everyone, because this is a little bit different. You're kind of used to teams getting eliminated as soon as they lose on stream here. This is a special edition of Proving Grounds, double elimination. The only format that people in the Splatoon community apparently like, because we are trying to give some teams a warm up for 20XX tomorrow. We stole their map pool as well, so if you don't like ship shape on tower control, that wasn't our design. Somebody else. You can still DM me, and I can relay you to who to gripe with, I guess. But so be it. But this is double elim. That's why it's best of 3 right now. So if you're Flower Pot and you're not liking how that tricky match just went, oh great! Thank you for putting that on stream. Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Can we not zoom in anywhere?
Thank you, Elemental. It's beautiful. Oh no, he's working on it. By the way, because apparently, I mean, it's not apparent, it's true. Popgun and I did not know how to pronounce their name. It is Trikitrakatelas.
And where are you getting this? What's your source?
Our streamer.
Elemental? Where? Oh,
in the stream cord. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. By the way, shout out to our streamer Elemental, who is the primary streamer for Proving Grounds. And one of just my favorite streamers in general, just because tends to get a little bit goofy here, and we like goofy on Proving Grounds, even though it was never intended to be that way.
Always pick up what we're putting down,
Now I gotta pay attention to stream coordination and the match. Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track.
Stinks being a TO commentating, you know.
Uh-oh. We're in a situation to where we could lose and go down to the losers bracket. So it's time to bring out double shot. As well as pencil here and wiper just to make things slightly spicy.
Yeah, I mean, with how flat this map is, I'm not surprised that Zuka's coming out. But yeah, seeing two of them, it's like, okay, yep, time to kick it in the high gear. And yeah, the ballpoint nouveau as well, coming on the side of Tricky, and you're going to be down. So Flower Pot, look at that, faring pretty well. This is a very different change of pace from what we saw in Game 1, already to that checkpoint, pushing more.
Yeah, and I don't think they had Soda out either, or they might have. Regardless, it's going to be a while before they have another one because Inzap just got eliminated. Noir picking up the Rainmaker, working down this side, getting to 38 remaining. I don't know if they can add to the lead here or not, but still, very good opening. Just kind of catch Tricky out in different kind of situations there. Spread off into 1v1 situations. And when you're spread out like that, you pick off two players, then it's just a matter of time before the rest get kind of swarmed and overwhelmed. There's a window for them to try to do something cheesy here. But they are going to do just that.
Yeah, you know, honestly, just keeping the pressure alive, keeping the Rainmaker on the side, and the help of the stamp, too, from Mocha. Look at that. Picking it up in a 2v2. Squid rolling forward, getting to 23 again. This is one of those pushes. Okay, now it's finally going to be done. It seems like, yeah, Gas is going to opt to pick it up and drop it, too. So they said no more shenanigans there. We're going to take it on the rail here and take it to this left checkpoint. And honestly, it seems pretty clear, except for the pencil. So they just got to wait out a few of those shots. And then we do have one of the players trying to push over on the side. Oh, Ray down, and then the Zuka shot gets them. So I'd say that was a really good effort. But yeah, man, just a little bit too late.
The recoil, that's what's so frustrating about going to that left side. Once you jump through the zip line, there's not really much space you can go. By the way, they're running away with the Rainmaker on the opposite side of the map. So yeah, that's why you see so many pushes to the right, because it's so hard to go left. You have to like cut in front of the enemy's like secondary plat area right there. But they did have it. It's just the recoil of the Rainmaker shot knocked them down.
Yeah, you know, and really, they couldn't really push any further other than that. So, you know, unfortunately for them, it's just kind of reset back into mid. But yeah, Tricky is going to be opting to pop the Rainmaker here, having some specials with the Vac on the line, pushing forward with the Vac. They're going to want to take out the Stamp, though, and no, the Stamp is going to win that. Stamp takes down one. Can Mocha take down a second? Yes, they can, using the Wiper, and that's going to be a wipeout. So Flower Pot, once again, picking up the Rainmaker. Now they don't have the checkpoint, and Krea's going to be flanking here on the left side, so we want to pay attention to them as soon as more members of Flower Pot are pushing over on the right. And yeah, Krea is already over here at the podium using that Zuka. 3 are going to be down total. It's just going to be the Zap Alive. That's the wipeout, and this is going to be the knockout pop gun.
Yeah, I don't know why more players don't go for the flank right. That it seems like so many times teams try to bottleneck on the right side with all 4 players trying to push up that alleyway. But if you send somebody, at least one, to flank that side, you force the attention to be split instead of having, okay, well, we can just focus all 100 Zukas on this one spot we know the Rainmaker is coming from. Split the attention. And that's a huge kind of blunder on Tricky. They're probably so used to defending the main choke right there, they didn't pay attention until already there's a Zuka blasting them down. 2-for-1 trade by Krea opens up the door for the rest of the teams to get the wipeout. Nicely done by Flower Pot.
Yeah, and I think one of the struggles, though, you know, I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit here. So, like, if you have one player flanking, you obviously put yourself in a 3v4 situation. And that elbow, that choke point, that is where you're going to want to throw all specials. And it's basically you're just going to butt heads, butt fists, or I don't know. You're gonna do everything you possibly can to get an advantage. So putting yourself in a 4v3 situation is scary. But yeah, when you have a shot player who then has their Zuka ready to get people from behind and help secure help to secure a wipeout, yeah, that's definitely gonna help. But you know, scary at first, but hey, it worked. That was a textbook play there for Flower Pot.
Well, it worked because, like you mentioned, you can't just kind of sit there in the elbow. You're going to die. You saw the Rainmaker staying around mid, buying time, waiting for that flank to land. So it just because one person's flanking doesn't mean they're off on their own. The rest of your teammates are moving in conjunction with the flank to try to time it up to where everything lands at the same spot at the right time. So obviously a team play working out in Flower Pot's flavor. Who did? I mean, they were dominating from start to finish in that entire game. Um, much complete flip of the script of what game 1 was. So now we're heading into a game 3. Clam Blitz at the museum.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. So Flower Pot there from game 1 to game 2, like you mentioned, brought out the double Zuka. Is double Zuka as practical here? Probably not, but I wouldn't be surprised if that stays or something adjacent stays too. Just how the nature of things are, but typically clams we'll see, teams bring out different types of weapons. I mean, it's really the only mode I ever see Kraken anyways, so we'll we'll see if that comes out to get some Kraken cheese. But I mean, if you're it's hard because like what do you take away from game 2 if you're Flower Pot that would benefit you in game 3? Because I don't know.
Were they the team that used Octobrush and Wiper in game 1?
I believe so. Yeah.
I think the takeaway is the meta works. I mean, that wasn't the key thing there. They just got off to a fast start. They were able to take care of business. And when you like get the opening wipe and you get that huge lead, it dictates how you have to play the rest of the game. Versus game 1, where you are the team that gets wiped and gives up the huge lead, and you're like, okay, I got to dig out of this hole this entire game. So looks for some flanks to come out along that right side. You like to see teams drop around that uninkable era. Looks like one player's instantly going for it.
Yeah.
For Flower Pot. And, oh, wait, there's an E-leader staring me down. Maybe I should jump right back out. Oh, that's... Okay, so, like, an E-leader player killing somebody isn't really that big of a deal. It just looks like it's that big of a deal.
Well, especially on a map like this where you don't have to move far from your spawn to get splatted by an E-leader. Like, there's more wide range than depth here on this stage. And Martin Lowe is already going to be pushing up here by the basket, only having 6 clams, still waiting for 1, but they're going to put themselves in a 2v2 here. They're going to be opting back to mid to get another power clam. And they have 22 clams on line pop gun. I mean, they're just in control to try and get some picks here and score, but no, we're going to be seeing a trade happen, but Flower Pot heavily on the defensive side.
Yeah, this is and again, this is why I like Clam Blitz as over the other 3 modes in this game, just because the objective is all over the place, and you have to have more than just one thing. It's not just about controlling one area. You need to have clams and control of the enemy side of the map, and more control of your own side of the map as well, so you can gather up more clams to get pushes going. So, and also you can just have somebody in your base, and all of a sudden you think you're in control, and now you're getting pincered, and all you can do is just go to middle and just wait to die, like that player did right there. Things shifting now dramatically in the Flower Pot's favor. They got a good position here. They got a lot of clams, and they got a lot of specials to work with.
Yeah, they threw in 2 power claims instantly and still getting some picks. 3 members are down. That's going to be a wipeout on Trick Kit. So yeah, Flower Pot just trying to find every opportunity. Oh, the fall is a little too late. Basket is going to close, so Mar unfortunately can't get that final clam, one of the clams in there to keep the basket open. But hey, that was a really good opening push, and they still have a lot of map control, and they don't... I mean, the players, they have a better player count too with 14 clams online, and Kreia is already holding another power clam, but they're going to want to take this one a little bit more slow and steady and try and use some of these specials. And Trikitrakatelas has 3 specials online, and they're going to be using a few of them. 2 members on Flower Pot are down, so Trikitrakatelas is going to be trying to push up here, and I think this is where they might be in the offensive position for the first time this game.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Flower Pot really come up with something now that push is over. How are they going to keep control of mid? And as soon as I say that, this game just kind of flips on the dime. All 3 players for Tricky has gone down, and all of a sudden Flower Pot is right back in business where they left off with several clams to boot. So there you go.
And right now, yeah, I mean, Mocha is getting a really nice pick there. And again, Flower Pot kind of left, they're back where they left off. They only have 1 power claim, but they are really pushing up. Oh, Mocha can't take down the shot, or the junior Cass, who is going to be getting, it's pretty rare when a junior takes down a stamp, but sometimes it does happen. It's very satisfying if it happens. if you're Cass. But yeah, it's going to be just changing pretty quickly here. And Cass is going to be pushing in, using that bubble, scoring a clam. And this could be where they take the lead. They do have the clam count, but it's a matter of getting your players in position. And I don't think it's going to happen with just Albert alive. No, that's going to be the wipeout. So there's only one clam to follow up, but Flowerpot able to hold on to the lead.
Yeah, if you're Flowerpot right here, this is your chance to really put a stamp on this game. When a team is pushing and they get wiped out, that's one of the worst things you can do, because you're just giving all these resources and map control over to the other team that you're trying to score on. So Flowerpot, you saw them push up really far, and wisely to saying, okay, they responded back, there's nothing here. One shot keeps getting these random picks on us, almost like one right there halfway across the map. Let's set up shop. Let's build up some specials. We got all the clams we need, and let's try to get a pick here or there to open up the door and add to their lead, which really is not a comfortable lead to have it all in the final 45 seconds here.
No, it really isn't. I mean, one power clam is going to almost take the lead pretty much, and I think this is where it's really going to be hard if you're Trick Hit, because Flowerpot is able to score again and seems to be in way better control this time. Getting all the way down to 30 and then some, and still having some of the map control. Jumping in with the pencil, just goes in. That's a GG push, and that's it. And yeah, Flowerpot takes a set 2-1.
Nicely done, Flowerpot. You were getting run out of the map in game 1, and you respond in kind in game 2 and 3 and take care of business right there. You like to see a team respond like that. Double Zuka doesn't hurt, obviously, but hey, you can't argue with a win.
Yeah,
you can actually. That's a lie. You can totally.
You can, but when you have a, this was a very, very coordinated push here for Flowerpot. Just able to just kind of hop up on the ledge, and at this point it's a little hard to tell, but they did have a lot of paint by the basket, which is what helped the rest of their members stay alive. And look, all you have to do is protect that one jump, make sure that jump is close enough to the basket, and once you know it's close enough, you know the game is going to be over. You can miss it, and it sucks when you do miss it, but yeah, that's pretty much the GG jump right there.
GG jump. And Tricky's going to have to find a way to make things happen through loser's side of the bracket. To be fair, I haven't seen, now that doesn't mean anything, but I haven't seen them play recently. I know some of their players have been playing at Div X, which confirms that they haven't been playing recently, because their opponents probably aren't available to play at all. But it's good to see them come back. I know Tricky has done well in Proving Grounds in the past, as well as some of those former Micklin Hero players, so might not be the last we see of Tricky. They might just needed that wake-up call, but Flowerpot marches on.
Yeah, and I think too, with having these early stages be a best of 3, obviously a lot more pressure is kind of added. But hey, you're right. This is one of the rare proving grounds where you do kind of have a redemption bracket that you can kind of, or a losers bracket that you can ride up here. And as you can see from this very clear picture on stream.
Oh, what are we doing here, Elemental?
Let them cook. Let them cook. Here's a look at the losers bracket. Ignore round 1. There's one team who got a bye or was pushed there, and then everything else is happening. So most teams are kind of getting ready for that round 4 of losers bracket. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know when the losers becomes best of 5. If you know off the top of your head. It doesn't. Okay.
No, I mean double. If this was like a more significant tournament with like money on the line, maybe semifinals, definitely finals. But for a weekly tournament like this, where we're just trying to get it over with, hey, you're in losers for a reason. This is your punishment. Best of 3 or go home, kind of thing. I did see that Honda Squidic was one match away from potentially playing free flow. And that's always an exciting match. I watched them play on Stormy's Hood commentary. I think that was last week. That was a fantastic set.
You know, I didn't catch it, but it went to a game 9, I believe.
It did, and that game 9 was very much like you couldn't tell who was going to prevail until late into that one, which is always exciting, nerve-wracking to play in, but
but yeah, for next round 4, healthy diet food groups versus sweet tooth. So
hold on, wait a minute.
This is kind of funny.
I was just about to say this clashing ideologies.
Yeah. You know, with Halloween happening, like, First of all, what's your favorite Halloween candy? I must know.
Gosh, I'm okay. So I could go on a rant about Halloween. Basically, I figured out that we're all operating at a net loss when it comes to Halloween because I'm intaking candy for like what are we saying, like 10 years, maybe less than that, maybe like 8 years, whereas I'm spending the rest of my adult life shelling out candy. So like everyone's operating at a net loss on Halloween. We're all losing candy here.
Oh yeah.
But probably Snickers.
I just wanted you to say you enjoyed Halloween and trick or treating and have a kid.
I don't enjoy Halloween and trick or treating.
That's fine.
We'll get back to this. We'll get back to that.
Hey, we have an Octobrush Nouveau coming out from Junkie, so it's going to be the Beacons and Rain coming out. You don't see that very often. I would say a more traditional comp coming out from Healthy Diet Food Groups with the Carbon maybe being the only oddity here, but I mean, anything is possible here when you have the support of 2 splatter shots, but Sweet Tooth going to be getting the lead here pretty quickly, as Sweet Tooth, or as Healthy Diet Food Groups did have it for just a moment, but unfortunately lost. So now Blopper is going to be trying to help the teammates push in with this cooler as they try and get some more paint, but right now it seems like Sweet Tooth is doing a really good job holding down in mid.
Junkie's been doing Octobrush as long as I've been aware of this player's existence, so being able to, I guess, certain maps where it's like, okay, we could really use a beacon right here, that kind of makes sense, but I'm glad you said it had beacon. I honestly forgot there was a second Octobrush in the game, much less what the kit even for it was, but Junkie, a very, very skilled Octobrush player in general, is going to find a way to get the most value out of that sucker, as they have already pushed up into the enemy base, and they apparently forgot about him.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, Sweet Tooth is doing exactly what Junkie needs them to be doing, which is just causing panic on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. When you have a weapon that is as chaotic as a brush and has beacon, you need to just be all over the map. You can't be playing back. You can't really be playing careful either. You need to be in the enemy's face, and that is exactly what they're doing. But now Healthy Diet Food Group trying to have every last-minute opportunity to push in, throwing some strikes, but 2 of their members are going to be down. Junkie coming over from the side here, and they're going to be quickly taking game 1.
Well, that happened. I guess the cavities are rejoicing after that game 1 result right there. You know, as some food names aside, as I'm looking at these 2 teams, I feel like Sweet Tooth is who Healthy Diet Food Groups was like maybe a year and a half ago. They're like the same kind of category that Sweet Tooth is in right now. Like a team that could, well, Sweet Tooth did win SAC, but a team that's like above the level of SAC, but it's like, okay, what are you going to do next? And Sweet Tooth so far has been doing really good. They've done well in proving ground tournaments that they've played in. Even when it's the traditional single limb, they've found ways to get to that double limb top 4 bracket side of things. Healthy Diet Food Groups is a team that's been around for a long time, just playing sporadically within the past year or so. So it's like Healthy Diet Food Groups is just kind of looking into the past when they look at Sweet Tooth. Not so much the comp wise, because Carbon and Brush, yeah, not really the same exact thing. But it's still just like where they're standing is in the community. That's kind of where I see these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I think especially when you have a team who is... Yeah, okay, both of these teams, it's not the first time playing Proving Grounds, but like you said, with Healthy Diet Food Groups being here pretty regularly and having Sweet Tooth be a team who does very well in SAC, I can definitely see how that's the case. But yeah, Sweet Tooth honestly seemed pretty unstoppable in that first game there. We did focus a lot on Junkie just because they were the ones who needed to kind of push up, and I don't even know if there were many beacons that were placed. I don't think there were any opportunities other than maybe an opening push, just because of how often their team members were staying alive and Healthy Diet Food Groups couldn't really push in. But you know, I would say I was as pleasantly surprised to see the Nouveau variant come out. But yeah, you're right, Junkie does play Brush very often. We'll see if they bring it out again for this next map as we hop into Tower Control on Ship Shape.
Yep, Shape. This would be a good map to put beacons on with how long it is. Doesn't look like they're going to use it. Blopper going to be dropping the pencil, so they're not going to have soda at all. because they got triple shot going on here. One T-Tech to go with double. Okay, double Zuka, double Ink Strike. So Ink Strikes get off the tower. Zuka's the push with it. I'm assuming that's the mindset right there. Also, I did not know Eevee did things other than carpet rolling.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's just more weapons coming out. We love to see it. But yeah, like you said, Healthy Diet Food Group coming out with a lot of just displacement specials and aggression specials too. So really nothing passive that we're going to be having. Kaito going to be trying to throw a stamp, and unfortunately for them, going to be missing, and 3 members are going to be going down. And it's just going to be Daybreak, who is alive, pushing back on that knot. So they're in a very tough spot there, unfortunately for them. They are going to be going down. But yeah, I would say that Healthy Diet Food Group's now in a pretty good position here. I would say they're in a way more comfortable position than Sweet Tooth was as far as this point, because they are going to be getting past this first checkpoint. Maybe. Yeah. I don't want to jinx it.
Well, if they can survive those Ink Strikes, again, they can build up some of those specials on their own to get past there. But they didn't get past this first checkpoint. It looks like they did have an opportunity to hop back on the tower right there. The Ink Strikes just kind of spooked them. So, nicely done by Sweet Tooth to hold on to that checkpoint. That's basically a dead push that amounted to nothing for Diet Food Groups, and it looked like they did have a window to clear it right there, but still we see Hermits on top of the tower right here. One set of Ink Strikes coming out from their own T-Tech as well, getting the wipeout in a free clear of that checkpoint, and they're probably going to do a whole lot more damage.
Yeah, when you combine the checkpoint and a wipeout, that just pretty much guarantees your ticket to the next checkpoint, and seemingly that's going to what's be happening. But no, I mean, Healthy Diet Food Groups, they are quick to push back, especially I think having the 3 splatter shots there, just having enough paint, having enough bomb displacement specials. So yeah, Healthy Diet Food Groups did a good job pushing back in, and honestly, like, again, just having a shorter range comp. I know they have the I know they have the Charger, but they're gonna thrive. Honestly, this is why this is the meta for this reason, just to have all the aggression from the shooters, and they're still pushing, even with one of the players, Junkie, pushed all the way back there on the side of Healthy Diet Food Groups. They're going to be having to come all the way around, but I believe that's ESP, the splatter shot, who's going to be taking them down in the trade. But yeah, now this is Healthy Diet Food Group trying to push.
Yeah, I loved how they handled that situation right there. There were 2 players from Sweet Tooth back there. They killed one of them. Junkie hopped in and stayed alive. And instead of Healthy Diet being like, okay, we got to focus all power on killing this Octobrush. No, ESP, you're on Octobrush duty. You got to babysit here. The rest of us, we're just going to push up with the tower and take our fights that way. That only works if ESP gets a trade at worst out of the situation, which they did. So, nicely done. I like how they handled that unique aggression coming out from Sweet Tooth there. Even though it didn't get them the lead, it got them past the first checkpoint with Eevee.
Yeah, it did, and I don't... Man, this is such a close game now with Sweet Tooth barely having the lead, but yeah, they are pushing again. And they have 3 specials online. They're going to have the Stamp, they're going to have Tri-Strike, or... Yeah, the Tri-Strikes as well, but I don't know if they're really going to be in an opportunity to use these at any time. They're going to be using the Stamp, and Keto getting 1, 2, 3 are going to be down on Healthy Diet Food Group. And look, they're still going to be pushing this tower too, as one of the members hops on. Ooh, that's going to be the T-Tech from Healthy Diet Food Groups, and unfortunately, they're going to be going down. So now you just have to watch ESP, who's going to be using some of these Zukas here. But look, I don't know. That's going to be really tough in a 2v2 situation for them to push forward, especially with the wipeout. But look, Ziff is the only one alive, so man, unfortunately for them, couldn't get past that checkpoint. But hey, they were able to push it and get all the way to 31.
By the way, shout out to Daybreak, a former teammate of mine on Destiny Troop. She would always brag about how good she was at point sensors. Getting like point sensor directs and stuff. Obviously, that is translating over here as all these splatter shots are being located from these point sensors. Hey, 20 seconds left to go. If you're Healthy Diet Food Groups, you just have to get to that checkpoint and you got the lead. Not getting a lot of value out of these specials, though. That's a little bit of an issue. And now you got Hermit with the Ink Strikes ready to go. And jumping onto the tower with the Ink Strikes, you just got your Fire Fin, the last player left alive. I don't know if they're going to find a way to get back to this tower. Hermit's doing a good job of guarding it right there. But they do get on it. So they get enough splats to find a way to get onto the tower for a little bit there. Nice play by Sweet Tooth on the defensive end.
Yep,
As I
able
burp. Okay.
able to get the win there. A little bit more back and okay, a lot more back and forth this time for game 2 than we saw in game 1, where Sweet Tooth pretty much just dominated here. But yeah, Healthy Diet Food Group able to contest and even take the lead at a few opportunities during this game. But yeah, it is. I don't know. It's hard when you're playing teams who just really know how to play the weapons that they are playing, and that's exactly what Healthy Diet Food Groups fell into against Sweet Tooth, as they were able to hold on to this lead. But look how close this was. I mean, 31 to 32. So there, yeah, you're right. You're just so close to even tying and taking the lead, but unfortunately can't do it. So stakes are really high in the situation. But yeah, now we are in a best of 5 scenario with moving on to game 3, Rainmaker Hagglefish.
Yeah, it's really hard when you're the team that has the lead. It's easy for you to just build up the Ink Strike specials. Before it was Stingray, and then it became Booyah Bomb, and now it's Ink Strike, where it's just the GG special. You can't get to the certain point if I stay alive at this right kind of time right there. Hermit doing a good job on the defensive end of making sure let's just make sure they can't get to this point and close this sucker out. Rainmaker Hagglefish Market. I've gone back and forth with my feelings on this map. I've started to realize if you just go through mid and you land that jump, the points you get for that is infinitely better than how you would tie that same score going to the route to the left. Like, you have to go really far on the left just to match a jump off of the pedestal in mid. So that seems to be like the ideal route no matter what, unless you just really want to try to draw attention to that left side of the map.
Yeah, and it's almost like Undertow light in a way, I would say, where you have the left side being the okay, we need a strategic push. We need to kind of be patient with our push. Whereas if you're going to the right, it's more of like, oh, let's ambush, let's go. But I would say it's a little more extreme here on this stage just because there aren't slick opportunities. You're right. Once you get that check, if you can make that jump, then that's the same as if you were on Undertow and making it all the way up the ramp. So
Yeah.
the first
Undertow light.
yeah,
It-
Undertow
it-
light.
This map is like if people push to the right on Undertow instead to the left.
Yeah, exactly.
I never thought about it like that. I also... It's the bamboo. By the way, 20 Pew-Pews in this tournament. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I did look at the teams competing, but I did not. They should catch my eye. Maybe we'll be able to see them. But yes, maybe a prelude to 20 Pew-Pew. We see Blooper here, like you said, on the bamboo. And again, obviously a weapon we don't see very often. People, I don't think they play it for the specific special and sub. Just more of like, hey, we're a charger. We need something a little more aggressive, and we don't like Squiffer. So they're going to be opting for this, and we'll see if Healthy Diet Food Groups is going to be doing exactly what he said. And they're going to be trying, but all those suction bombs that were just in place of the podium, not going to help them get that first push. But Blooper getting a nice pick, and they're still going to be trying to get this Rainmaker to the checkpoint, really not letting go. And they do have a player advantage for this, but you got to watch the Octobrush here, who's going to be trying to just like spew paint anytime somebody picks up the Rainmaker.
They didn't get that pedestal. So look where the Rainmaker
No,
is.
I know,
It's
I know.
literally on top of it. What are you gonna... Okay, now
He's
they're gonna
get it. Okay.
There they go. I was about to say, what do you gotta do? Just get it slightly further right there. You know, in Splatoon 2, bamboo was kind of like a never mind. The Rainmaker just exploded and they just got a winning push out of that, basically. 9 points remaining. Is this push over with before can I talk? No, maybe not, because Eevee's doing
Eevee's
Eevee
gonna
things.
try. There's a 2v2 situation, so Blooper is the only one who's alive who's pushed up. But we're okay now. They're going to be opting to drop. I was going to see if they're going to wait and just like see if the Rainmaker were to drop on itself, or all the members know. But Sweet Tooth is going to reset the Rainmaker here. So Healthy Diet Food Groups, again, still in a very powerful offensive position here, just waiting for an opportunity to try and pop this Rainmaker. But we're going to see Eevee. I can't tell who that is. That's the Viper up there in a 1v1. That's Keto. Keto's going to be the one who is walking away with that and actually getting another one as well. So this is Sweet Tooth's opportunity if they want to try and push. And we'll see if they're going to try and replicate what Healthy Diet Food Groups just did.
Step 1, cleared the checkpoint. and it looks like they are not going to be able to do that just right now. But still, you got Keto, who's doing a good job of staying alive, making sure that you keep the presence up top there. And then ESB, who is now on the Nautilus, by the way. I don't know when the last time I saw a Nautilus Bamboo comp together, but here it is working out so far for Healthy Diet Food Groups. What a bizarre comp for this team in general. That's using it. Oh, by the way, my point about Bamboo, it works out. In Splatoon 2, it was a really niche pick, but you could still use it. And, oh gosh, I can't even talk about this now because there's a delayed wipe.
Yeah. Oh, can Hermit get there? Oh, yes.
Oh, are you
My
serious?
goodness. I thought they were going to go down to that suction bomb, and then I saw the Squidward. I was like, oh, no, they're going to actually get this dunk. But no, they are not going to get it all the way to 1. So, in a 1 to 5, but look at this. Look at he's still alive. Oh, okay. I was hoping, or I don't want to say hoping. I mean, okay, I kind of was hoping that they would.
Oh, come
pick it
on.
up. But
Oh my gosh.
getting a triple. You know, if you can't cheese the Rainmaker and pick it up, you might as well get a triple before it drops down to mid. So that was a very good play, and that is what's going to keep Healthy Diet Food Groups on their toes as they're trying to maintain pop of this Rainmaker, but making sure members of Sweet Tooth don't push up too far.
Yeah, nicely done there by Junkie. And that's just one of the frustrating things about this game is just the tiniest millimeter of ink. You can hide an ink that is smaller than what your body is, which makes no physical sense, but I guess nothing in this game technically does. But, like, how are you supposed to know Junkie's there? Like, other than you saw it happen there, like, you're not going to anticipate the brush being there other than just knowing, okay, Junkie's alive. We don't know where Junkie is. Now we got to waste time figuring it out. But if you do that, then you're just fighting ghosts and you're painting every single corner of the map that Junkie's probably nowhere even close to being. And just as I'm saying this, a team that has to dunk the Rainmaker to get the win is starting to get a lot of splats, maybe focusing way too many resources on a player from behind everything. Oh boy.
Yeah, oh, that is such a hard position to be in. I mean, Healthy Diet Food Groups, look, they do have more map control, they do have the player advantage, but it's what you can do with these next 15 seconds. And you really have no time to waste because you know you have to get the knockout. If you lose the Rainmaker at any point in this scenario, it's going to be really hard to pick it back up, and especially as we go into overtime, this will be the last push here for Blooper, and I believe they're trapped under the tent. Yeah, they're going to be down. Man, Sweet Tooth, that really worked out well for them.
It did, and it all came down to that one push. I think they just popped the Rainmaker, and that got a lot of splats on top of it, but whatever. Again, it's like I said, you almost always want go through mid just because you get so many points just by landing that jump. And then it just comes down to how far can you go after that one. You would assume 5 points remaining would be enough, but no, it was just a 4v1 situation. The one player left alive had to dodge so much nonsense and a hammer on top of it. Hermit able to slide right through all that things. Just the perfect time for Sweet Tooth to arrive with the Rainmaker at the pedestal, getting them the enough points they needed to get a comfortable lead right there.
And I think that's really hard when you're Healthy Diet Food Groups because you pushed all the way to 5, and I know that no lead is secure, but you feel very comfortable about that, especially with how early on it was. And, you know, all you're thinking is, okay, we just can't let them push after 5, but guess what Sweet Tooth did on their next push? They pushed it all the way to 1. So yeah, very difficult for them. But yeah, Sweet Tooth moving up into round 5, which I believe is the top 4 in the winner's bracket here, and Healthy Diet Food Group is going to be moving down. But before we move on to the next set, we can take a look at our lovely bracket here that you can very clearly read on stream. Our lovely streamer Elemental will probably be zooming in first here. Let's take a look at the top part of the bracket. There's Sweet Tooth. There they are up there, awaiting the winner of Sleepy versus Flower Pot. So we will see who comes out on top of that one. And then Shadowbolt versus, I think, Love Deluxe, I believe that's what it says, are facing off against each other. And they will be facing, the winner of that will be facing the winner of Get Turkey and Free Dat Monkey? Free That Money? What was it?
Free Dart. Have you ever played
Free
Bloons
Dart
Tower?
Monkey. Okay. No,
Bloons Tower
I
Defense.
don't play it. Okay.
Okay. Now, I played it a lot when I was in college. Not the version kids are playing now, but like the first version of it. But no, that's not. Would you say free Dat money?
Yeah, like, you know, it's Get Turkey and Free Dat Money, you know?
Free Dat money.
Yeah.
Hashtag free that
Uh,
money. Let's go.
well, we don't really have many scores reported for those sets, but before we move on, we are going to be taking a quick break. I need to get more water. I'm the one who called this, so I apologize. But again, you're not going to be missing much because I think a lot of them, I know Shadowbolt and Love Deluxe in particular, they don't have any scores reported. But yes, we will be right back for Proving Grounds Round 5 coming up next.
pause the game.
I'm on now? Elemental.
Thank you,
Come
Elemental.
on.
To be fair, it was hard to understand for me too. That's fine. I don't blame you.
Yeah, you just literally just said, okay, go. And I'm just sitting here. All right. What, they can't even hear you talking to us, can they? So I'm just sitting here talking to nobody on stream. Hello, friends. Welcome back to Proving Grounds, whatever number this is. I'm Popgun, joined by Falco, and we got a good set for you guys. Shadowbolt taking on Free Dat Money, a team that was seeded 11th, I think. Shadowbolt number 2. By the way, before we get started, I recognize one of the players' names on Free Dat Money. FM Candy was in my solo queue game earlier today, and I just want to offer an apology. I played like doggy doo-doo in that game. I think I went 5-12, which is like the worst game I've had since my son has been born. So I just want to offer an apology to FM Candy. If you're the same FM Candy that was in my Tower Control Flounder game, that's on me.
You know they got the screenshots. They got everything ready. And look who's throwing in my games. No, I'm joking. They're not going to do
There's
that.
another Popgun. There's lots of Popguns impersonators out there.
Yeah,
I'm a Hydra main. Okay,
Hydra,
I don't.
though?
No, I was playing not.
Oh,
But
okay.
like,
That's
in
fine.
my defense, I'm good with not. Like, I'm not like using excuse. I just played like crap. So
Yeah.
it just happened.
Okay. So first of all, Popgun, you keep saying the name wrong. It's Free Dart Monkey, not Free
I
Dat
said
Money.
the name wrong.
I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, this
Free
seems
Dat
to be.
money.
This seems to be a pickup here of a lot of pretty high level players. We have Luna here, who is on Octopi. You can see NM here as well. And like you said, FM Candy and 5th Gen too. So lots of fun players here. I think we said we're in. Is this semis of Top Cut?
Yes, this is winners semis that we're technically in right now. So the last one you and me are going to be commentating.
Yeah.
Before we hand it over here. And again, this is double limb as opposed to the single limb. At this point, traditionally, we would be in our top 4 right now, but because of circumstances, we're giving losers an opportunity to continue to lose down on the loser side of the bracket, and things are moving along there. What?
You can thank Dapples for that. which by the way, I think it's super cool that we're gonna have a second stream on IPL tomorrow and on Sunday. I think
Hey,
that's
yeah.
awesome.
I think it's cool because you and me are going to be on it.
Well, I mean that's why it's cool. We're gonna be on Sunday, but yeah. No, seriously, 20XX. I don't know if signups are still they're probably closed by now.
They're open until 1 a.m. our time.
Okay, okay. So for another 3 hours and 20 minutes, you all can sign up for 20XX.
For context, they're closing at 12 hours before the tournament starts, so that's why it's not like 1 a.m. specifically. That's just what.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
By the way, to the person in chat who's asking who's commentating next, are you that ready to be done with us?
Let them look forward to whatever they want to look forward to.
It's like somebody's watching the current show. Well, when's the next show going to be? Like you're watching it right now. It doesn't get better than Shadowbolt versus Free Dat Money.
What's worse is our streamer is the one who answered their question.
No, don't worry. These two jackasses who I completely screwed over at starting this up.
No.
3, 2, 1, your life. Go ahead. What? What?
Elemental, I'll apologize on Popgun's behalf.
No, don't encourage him.
Oh man. Okay, we've got our semi-final winners bracket here. Top 4 going on. Free Dat Money.
Free Dat Money.
Free Dat Money versus Shadowbolt. So okay, a few weapons to point out here. The Neo Machine is something we really haven't seen today. That's going to be Joe pulling that out from In Control Red Sun, and 5th Gen pulling out the Dapples. So they're going to be the crab user on their team. Again, Dapple's not something we see all the time, but is it as it's getting more and more uncommon, I would say, especially as a crab pick. But again, we don't really see traditional splatter or splash-o-matic anymore. So I guess if you're gonna use a crab, you're gonna use this one.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to use crab when everybody's what in the world's going on.
Or when you end the lobby, it's hard to use crab. But
why'd they end the lobby though? I didn't even see what happened. Somebody DC?
To be honest, I didn't even know if that was the right map or mode because we didn't even talk about it.
Well,
We
even
just-
so, like you Yeah, Tower Control Art Academy. What's going on here?
Huh.
Investigation will take place.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody wasn't moving at spawn, it looks like.
Okay. All right.
Somebody's Wi-Fi went out or whatever.
Yep. Classic. No.
Bingo. Bingo was his name-o, was AFK during that game, so... Yes, and just as I said that, NM pointed it out in chat, so there we go. Okay, so we'll see if things are going right, and then we'll just move forward with that. Everybody's got to use their same weapons, by the way. That's the only real speculation right there. Stipulation.
Yeah.
So you never played Bloons Tower Defense at all? Do you know what it is?
Yes, I do. I do know what it is.
Okay.
I was more of a Peggle. I would say Peggle kind of fits that same category. You know what Peggle is?
Is it a... Okay, well, Bloons is like a flash animation game.
Yeah.
Play when you feel Peggle.
But Peggle, I would say it's in the same genre of like... Not... Okay, it's not puzzle-based, but more of like you're shooting things and breaking things. And you win things.
That doesn't make it the same.
Bloons, right?
Bloons is a tower defense game.
Oh, I'm thinking... Okay, I'm thinking of the...
Your monkeys, monkey towers.
I don't know. Just ignore me.
Free that money. Let's go. Everybody's back in. I'm assuming everyone's going to move out of spawn this time, and we can play some competitive Splatoon.
Let's hope so.
We zoom in on Bingo, who is moving.
Yeah, it's like, where are they going? Okay, they're moving this time. Okay, perfect. And they're going to be one of the first ones trying to push to mid, pushing over there on the right side. They're going to be all alone there, and we see Sun is going to be dropping down here as well. They are going to be trying to use this pencil, but quickly some of their teammates are going to be targeted, and they're going to be targeted as well, and going to go down. But look at this. That is going to be... I couldn't see who's on the tower. Is that Stan?
It was Stan. Rest their soul, who was trying to escape with the tower in a 1v3 situation. But it did did slow down that push opportunity. In fact, it completely stopped it altogether. Shadowbolt's now the one back on the tower.
Yeah, they are going to be quickly just, again, picking up where they left off, as they do have a lot more map control, and we see 5th Gen is going to be going down to the pencil. Nice shot from Sun, as they're going to be avoiding some of these Trizuka, the Trizukas coming out too. And really, they are doing... Shadowbolt's doing a pretty good job controlling mid, but unfortunately just not being able to push this tower up by the slick ramp. A lot of their members are being pushed over there, and they're going to be trying to push up as well, but I think some of these players are just pushed up a little too in front of the tower for them to really push up. But they are getting a lot of map control over on the plat from free that money side.
Yeah, and that's the area where Bingo was trying to get up top there. That's the area you really want to secure if you want to find a way to get across the second checkpoint. But 2 players down from the side, the free dark money, about to be 3 as Joe is going to lose that fight between 2 weapons that have point sensor. And if our Sungura is going to get back on the tower, we can play the second checkpoint with ease. Shadowbolt looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, they really are, and Toffee is just trying to be a distraction with the Zipcaster. Unfortunately for them, they are going to be going down. But look, hey, whatever gets your teammates to push the tower all the way to 25, you might as well take that. Dan up here trying to use a knot, trying to get some picks, but nope, going to be going down to 5th Gen, who just pops out the crab. 2 players trying to push down by the tree on Shadowbolt, and I mean, Shadowbolt's still doing such a good job maintaining some of the map control, and Toffee just look at this.
Okay.
Are they done? Are they? No, they're not. Are they playing? Okay.
I hate it when casuals get into my lobby and they just mess around instead of playing hard. This is why I can't play the game anymore.
It's like they knew they were on stream when that happened too. Like there's no way they're like, hey, maybe let's just have fun.
Yeah, let's just... And you know Elemental's gonna find them when they do that. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the tower is gonna clear this first checkpoint. And if Nutmuncher here can find a way to get around this right side, maybe they can go for the second one. They aren't going to do just that, but still Candy, being the last player left alive, is going to back up. Still damage done. They clear the first checkpoint.
Yeah, they clear that first checkpoint, but they're not in a position to really continue it. 2 specials online from Shadowbolt. That is going to be the Zipcaster and the Zuka. Bingo is going to be popping it out. Unfortunately for them, going to be going down by 5th Gen. And 5th Gen caught in a 2v1, takes down 1, but is going to go down into a trade as well. So, again, not a ton of map control, no lead. They are a checkpoint down, so it's going to be a major uphill battle for Free Dart. Free Dart Monkey.
You wanted to say it. I know you wanted to say it. free that money. Let's go. Get it trending. Here we go. 1.5 minutes left to go. Okay, so just a checkpoint lead. I mean, after you clear the checkpoint, you got a long way to go. And this is a really difficult checkpoint to get across right here as Bingo's trying to establish this left side, 5th gen. You know, when we're going to 5th gen, they are making some great plays here whenever they're not waving at the enemy team. The problem is they've been mostly done on the defensive side of things. They're having difficulties, other than the first play of the game, getting up to the enemy side of the map and taking the fight away from them as they're trying to establish control of that right here. Joe trying to work on this right side, but just nothing really given. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, really nowhere to go at all, just because, I don't know, when you don't have the rest of your team pushing up as well, it's, man, that makes it so difficult. But yeah, I would say right now, this definitely is going to be in the favor of Shadowbolt. They can keep it up. We're going to see one of the members from Free Dart Monkey jump out, and, you know, mid still pretty well in control of Shadowbolt, and again, they don't even need to push a tower at all. They can just kind of build up some specials and just relax. I'm trying to look. They do have Bazooka as a GG special, but beyond that, they're going to have Rain, they're going to have Zipcaster, and they're going to have Cooler, so they're just really going to have to rely on the Bazooka if they want to get that GGs, but so far, they've been doing such a good job at staying alive.
Yeah, 5th gen, dipping and dodging and diving all those Zuka shots. The problem is everybody else is going to die in the process there. The number 2 seed, Shadowbolt, with Bingo deciding to take time out of their day to join their teammates, gets the 1-0 win over Free Dart Monkey. Nicely done.
Yeah, again, seems to be pretty well in control the pretty much the entire match there. Of course, there were some moments where they had a little bit of an uphill battle to face, but just thank you, Elemental. Thank you. This is what we love to see. I swear, I thought there was gonna be, I thought that was a DC moment, but I'm like, no, they're just clowning. They're clowning. It's too beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for capturing that.
That was a disrespectful moment, and I have takes on that I'm going to share on Twitter as soon as this set is over. Believe me. By the way, we were talking about Halloween candy before. Toffee, have you had a Heath bar before? What are your thoughts on Heath bars?
I do like Heath. It's a little, it breaks your teeth a little too much, but
yeah,
it's not. Okay, it's like I will go for it because I very rarely have it, but it's not my favorite thing. It's like when I sometimes drink a Dr. Pepper. It's not my favorite, but when I do, it's like I'm craving a Dr. Pepper, or like, oh, I never have Dr. Pepper. I'm gonna have it. So.
I don't think I've ever craved a Heath bar. It's just that, oh, this is what's in the jar, so I guess I'll eat. I mean, until you know, there's Tootsie Rolls fair in here too, but I'd rather have this than the Tootsie Rolls. So.
And I'm not peanut M&Ms, like, they're good, but they're like the Sun Chips of candy. I never go for them, but do I regret eating them? No. That's how I think of it.
Sun Chips. What is this? Subway? Is that where?
Okay, we've got a game too, Popco.
Do we though?
Undertow Rainmaker.
And that is Joe. I believe that is not the Neo. No, it is still the Neo that they're using. Okay, so I don't know if you paid attention to Idle or not this past weekend. The tournament run by Beta that had certain restrictions on it as far as what weapons you could use. Neo Machine was a really popular pick in that tournament just because you couldn't use Splatter Shot, but teams were still able to have a good, solid weapon, which is Machine, and still keep that Zuka. So Neo Machine probably is a weapon that I would assume, even under normal tournament formats, works out really well. If you got those players that traditionally were using the vanilla Machine before and still want to kind of take the skills they learned with that weapon and translate it going forward, still keep that Zuka, it seems to be like a good pick, even though it's not really working out for them right now.
Yeah, and I did commentate through the room, so yes, I did watch it.
No, Idle.
Oh, so Idle. I did commentate Idle, yeah.
Yes, no. You did. You commentated a lot of it.
4 hours of it, yeah. But no, you're right. We did see a lot of Neo Machine. Honestly, I was really impressed with a lot of the weapons that we saw. And again, it's not like the weapon, like, okay, this theoretically could be an Idle comp, I think.
No, because they both have Splatter Shots. B-shot.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're right. Other than that, but there's only one Zuka on both sides, I believe. But Yeah. So I did like what I saw there, but I think too with Free Dart Free Dart Monkey's push here too. Okay, I'm just gonna
I'm laughing at you both.
I know you're laughing. No. They had a really good push here, and like again, we talked about earlier how this was kind of the light version of Hagglefish Rainmaker, where if you're going to push it left, you're going to be getting a little more of a strategic push. As clearly we could see that from Free Dart Monkey, because they were in pretty good control to do that, but unfortunately couldn't pull it off. We're going to see Candy trying to push forward, but they're going to be going down, and they're actually going to be going down to Toffee, who's going to be going down to 5th gen. So that Rainmaker unfortunately did not get pushed very far at all, and we are kind of back into this neutral game. But we'll see if Free Dart Monkey can just keep up some of this pressure. Again, this lead isn't safe. Like, there's no safe lead in Rainmaker. But I would say when you have a 2-player advantage and you already got through your checkpoint and it's about halfway through the match, you're going to be sitting a little more comfortably every tick that the clock goes.
So you basically got to get a smidgen past the unequal if you go to the left. But again, this is why we're kind of talking about why this map is seen so much, is because it does have multiple routes, and they both are pretty good options. You don't see many people push it to the right pedestal right here, but if you decide to do that and it's there for you to take, you get a lot more points quicker. So you got the slower, safer route, but the faster, more risky route. I feel like that kind of makes a map good. And like, this is one of the few maps where nobody's been complaining about it on Twitter, or at least if they have, they haven't been very vocal about it. So, and, well, still though, like 32 points is still a lot for this map, I feel like. And especially when you're having difficulty just establishing control of mid, which it looks like Shadowbolt has just done. Getting their pencil player kind of established up top there, Joe working along this left side, trying to make something happen.
Yeah, and I would say too, this is probably a map that is, I would say, neutral to a lot of people. Really, like, there's no point in them complaining about it because they don't. It's nobody's favorite, and because it's nobody's favorite, there's nobody to complain against it either. So they're just kind of like, oh, okay, it's in the game. It is what it is.
We all just tolerate it.
They just, for real, no, really, they do just tolerate it. But Shadowbolt getting to that checkpoint, getting to 16, really, this push isn't over yet. Sungura is going to be the one closest to the Rainmaker, going to have to avoid some of these suction bombs, and they do. And can they stay alive? I believe, no, they tried to pick up one of their team members tried to pick up the Rainmaker, but quickly going to be popped. It's just going to be Toffee who's going to be splatted while they were zipcastering. So now NM is the only one to hold. They're the ones holding the Rainmaker, pushing it back into mid. And again, this is where you can kind of be in the very careful position. There's about 30 seconds left. Don't need to try anything fancy. We don't want to overextend, but we don't want to pull back so far just yet, because you want to make sure that you're well protected. So let the rest of the team cook, and man, are they cooking right now, because Free Dart Money seems to be in a pretty good position, just kind of controlling mid.
It's one of those awkward situations where you pick it up with like 35, 40 seconds left, as opposed to letting it reset. It's like, okay, we're going to pick it up. Let's try to hold on to it here. But if we just keep our distance and make sure we are in a safe position to where if NM were to get splatted at any point during that, it's like, okay, the Rainmaker's in a good spot to where they just can't auto get the lead. That's why you don't like go all the way back to your spawn and just kind of sit with it. Because if you die with it back there, all they can do is pop it and then game over at that point. So nicely done by the team that lost game 1, Free Dart Money, executing the end of that game perfectly. I'll say it, Nut Muncher. It's right there on the screen. I can't avoid it. Nut Muncher gets the win, holding on to the Rainmaker.
Yeah, and again, I think what you said about kind of having that awkward 35 seconds left, and I mean, look, like, they had enough time on the Rainmaker counting down, because it was very rare that they were in a Rainmaker free zone, except for the very end at this moment. NM played everything perfectly, I think, in that situation. Grabbing it at that time, yeah, that's kind of tricky to do, but given those circumstances, I think that they did a perfect job just managing. And of course, when you have the support of the rest of your team to push forward and paint for you, and that just gives you more room to move, yeah, that's definitely going to help you out. But yeah, we are tied up 1-1 here in our semifinal match.
By the way, if you're planning on naming yourself Nut Muncher, you probably have until November the 15th to continue to get away with it. Just throwing that out there. Clan Blitz at the museum is now the next map and mode going on here. Nice bounce back by Free Dat Money, as some would say. And the question is, what kind of comps are we going to see coming out here from these two teams? If anything, uh-oh.
There it is.
Uh-oh.
Got the Kraken cheese.
Uh-oh. Okay, look, it's not that... Okay, it is bad. I'll admit it's bad. By the way, Low Level was complaining about it frame 1. And I was on the boat of saying, if you're surrendering so much space to where the other team is building up 3 power clams, you got bigger issues than what your team's comp is. And that does still ring true. But I think now Moonlight is starting to kind of show, okay, when somebody other than Loic is doing this at a different kind of level, it's pretty good for Clan Blitz. And you can solo win games off of it if you find that right opportunity to where everything lines up. I got all the clams I need, and I got the Kraken ready to go in a perfect situation.
Yeah, it's like, it definitely, again, it helps when you have the support from your team. Like, of course, if you just have a Kraken with no power claims to follow up from, it's not going to do you well. But like, you need the support from your team. It's just something that's going to aid you. And I think that's exactly what Joe's going for right now. They have 2 power claims. Look at this. If they don't get 2 power claims in here, yeah,
they are.
Then I don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, they get both of them in. Joe says, "See ya. I am hopping out here." And I mean, we called it. We called it right there. And that's a push. They're content with getting to... Okay, I was going to say they're content to getting with 60, but no, NM is still pushing up. And I believe, yeah, 2 of their members are going to be going down on the side of Shadowbolt, so they're not done yet. Yeah, I spoke a little bit too soon there, just based on how that went down. But if you're sitting at 48 this early on and say, hey, we're going to just let our Kraken do that one more time maybe, or a few more times, we're going to be sitting pretty.
Okay, I said if you build up 3 power clams, that's on you, not the team that's making the push. If you build up 2 power clams to jump in and do that, okay, that I'll admit, that is pretty cheesy. But I mean, that's how things are right now, and that's going to come in handy for Free Dart Money if they get in a situation to where Shadowbolt gets the lead back right here, and then you need to just like pop the basket and throw in 1 power clam to get lead right back. That'll be pretty much an auto win for Free Dart Monkey if they can build up all the resources and have the perfect time and deploy it off. Still not an auto win. And it looks like that scenario that I just predicted might come to pass here. Shadowbolt's going to get the lead, but again, it's not really a lead because just 1 normal play with that Kraken jump goes the lead immediately right back to Free Dart Money.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously you want to take the lead in these situations because if the game were to end now, you would be the team winning. But if you're Shadowbolt, you have to expect that Free Dart Money is going to be doing the exact same thing that they did during the first push. You just have to wait for it. So as soon as that Kraken is going to be popped out from Free Dart Monkey, you have to just be aware of like, okay, they're going to be pushing here. If anybody's forming a power clam, we need to splat them before they are the ones jumping to the Kraken. So I think it's obvious. It's more of a situation where you're going to be paying attention to where the players are with the power clam rather than the Kraken, just so that you can splat them beforehand. And Shadowbolt, they're going to be the ones who pop open this basket once again, not getting down any penalty points, still pushing it down a little bit. The penalty points are down to 9, which is then going to put them to 19. But again, anytime your basket is open, or the enemy's basket is open, that means your basket is not open. So again, if they can just keep this up, and they're doing a pretty good job blocking out Free Dart Monkeys. So just take a look at the map control too. Nowhere are Free Dart Monkey able to push forward, and with the help of this rain, they're just going to be pushed back even more.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. Like this exact situation, if you're just going to let the team push you this far back. Now, this is still a little bit of a misplay here by Shadowbolt. They had a great opportunity, a lot of clams built up. They just missed that throw, and maybe Free Dart Monkey did a better job of what I was giving them credit for. Yeah, they were really pushed back, surrendering a lot of space, but they also had some specials ready to go in to keep things going on the defensive side of things. So here we go. This is the nightmare situation Shadowbolt has played themselves into. They're down some players. They're really holding on to that Kraken as well. They got one power clam built up. It just seems like another player has to get that second one there. They have enough clams combined. Oh, but that's huge, obviously. Toffee just killed the Kraken player.
Yeah,
no, they had soda, so it doesn't matter, but still. Oh, they got him again!
Oh my gosh, how that was so fast. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so again, this is where Shadowbolt just needs to thrive here. They are going to be scoring here. So again, they can try and keep this basket open for the next 6 seconds. As long as they do and score 1 clam after the 0 mark, they should be fine, I believe. Yes, they're going to get an overtime. Is there going to be follow-up? No, but there's going to be a knockout. But, so, okay, this is really, really tough. Yeah, you can't break in if you're a Free Dart Monkey because you have your pity. You're going to be trying to push forward, but there is nowhere for you to go. And they oh, man. Shadowbolt
what is the range on that thing?
Sungura, man. GG's to them.
You got some main power up on that? I didn't know you could hit that shot on the little left side wall right there. So there you go. How do you stop Kraken? You kill it before it can do anything. You know, it's like to go back in time and to destroy the dictator before they can even get started. That's basically how you got to deal with Kraken. And they did that. And more impressively, how did they die the second time? Like, either somebody took a fight they shouldn't have, or somebody was spawn camping waiting for that 96 gal to respawn with the soda to get the splat right. Okay, yeah, this kill right here.
Yeah,
that thing's got some range to it. I wasn't expecting.
Like, gotta be the furthest it shoots too, because that was crazy. And Sungura's just like, yep, I did that. I got that shot. Really, for that entire match, Shadowbolt, the second half of that match, they seemed unstoppable. As far as pushing up on the enemy plat, not letting anybody break forward. It was really, really impressive. But, man, I don't know, they countered the Kraken pretty well. You just got to take out the Kraken as soon as you see it. Or not the Kraken, but the player with the Kraken.
It's just that easy. It's that simple. Yeah. When did Kraken come out? Was that the spring?
I believe so, yeah.
So like was, 8 months ago. Mm-hmm. And now it did get nerfed once because you could keep your power clam as you lost your power. So you could just grab a power clam, crack it in there, and then just throw the clam in as soon as you respawn. Or as soon as you like lose the power. So okay, like that was beyond broken. But it's been 8 months now, roughly, since that the special's been out, and it's just last week people starting to complain about it being broken for Clam Blitz. Like low level caught on way before anybody else, and Lily pointed that out. But like it's amazing that there's a strategy that's so brain dead simple that it takes everyone 8 months to even realize it before we're like, hey, wait a minute. We could just do this and auto win. Yeah,
and I think it was one of those. I think it was one of those things where the higher level players were just comfortable with what they were running. They didn't really want to mess or experiment with anything new. But you're right. It is kind of fun. It is fun when low level is the kind of the group that discovers it first, and really is like, hey, wait a minute, this is broken. But then it eventually trickles upward because normally we sit trickling down. But hey, the Kraken is still out here on Splat Zone's Mahi, which by the way, I am glad that this is back. I think the rework on Mahi has been fantastic. So I would love to see more of it. Shout out to 20XX for including it. But yeah, Free Dart Monkey is going to be able to take the lead here. A few members on Shadowbolt going to be going down. They do have 2 specials online, the Rain and the Zipcaster. But again, with Free Dart Monkey, how well that they have been able to control, it seems to be really well. Joe is kind of alone, and they are going to be going down probably to the Rain. So now it's going to be where Shadowbolt is able to take over 2 members on Free Dart Monkey down, and Toffee just trying to cause all sorts of mayhem up in the spawn of Free Dart Monkey.
I'm trying to think why would Joe want to continue to use the Kraken here. But now that I think about the rework this map did, it's so wide open and flat once you score a certain amount of points and it starts lowering down there. So there's a lot of room for a Kraken to just kind of roll around and for players to kind of at the same time escape from it. But still, why do you use specials? It's not necessarily get splats, it's to force players to move. You get a Kraken going like this, it forces players out of the zone, but when everybody else is dead on your team, it doesn't really matter what you do.
No, it really doesn't. Just because like Kraken's one of those specials where like you have no support or follow up. You know, it's great to push in, have players help support you, but if you're alone using it, man, it is going to be really hard. And speaking of hard, for Freed Out Monkey, man, that was going to be really hard to come back from. They almost had an opportunity, but with 2 of their members going down, they unfortunately get the loss. And Shadowbolt going to be getting that 3-1 victory, moving up into our winners finals.
Nicely done to Shadowbolt, the number 2 seed. Continuing to win as they are predicted to do by our lovely seeding staff. Don't pay attention to the fact that our number 1 seed literally lost their first game 0-2 and has been spending the entirety of their time in losers bracket. We're moving forward. Shadowbolt is going to be continuing on in this tournament. Keep in mind, this is still a double elim. We still got a long way to go. And hopefully we're done before midnight, because I personally would like to go to bed at some point as well. I didn't have anything else to say.
I was going to say, the good news for us is our block is done.
Yeah, but I'm still running this thing.
Well,
that
sucks that you're a TO. I don't know.
I know, it does, doesn't it?
We're done commentating. Hey, you can be off the mic. You can hold PJ while you do TO things.
Oh, he is sawing blogs right now.
Then don't touch
yeah,
him.
we're nope. Letting that.
Let him cook.
Sleeping giant. Yeah,
let him cook. But yeah, so Shadowbolt's going to be waiting for a little bit here as losers bracket is kind of underway. Probably in, I would say, like the quarterfinals. I don't know where they are now. Maybe we can get a graphic of the current losers bracket coming up here. And yeah, they're going to be in that round 7 there, which I don't know. That's like quarterfinals round 1, I would say, right? Like,
what?
Losers quarterfinal round
semis.
1.
Are we talking about free dat money?
We're talking about where round 7 is in losers
round
bracket.
7 is not the quarterfinals. Flower Pot and Free Dart Monkey is quarters.
Okay.
Round 9 is semi. So whatever comes before quarters, I don't think there is an official term for that.
Okay.
But that's where we are. Also, I'm kind of disappointed Get Turkey wasn't on stream because I'm pretty sure they're all named Get Turkey, which was a dilemma of like, do we allow them to all have the same name? If we say something about it, are they going to flame us on Twitter? But now they're not even close to being on stream, so
well,
crisis averted, I guess.
Rip for them. But yeah, that's gonna be it for our block. We'll
that's it.
That's it. That's it for our block. Yeah.
Okay.
Popgun, it's been a pleasure. I will talk to you on Sunday.
Yes.
For IPL's broadcast of 20XX Day 2. I don't know what part of the bracket we'll be streaming, but we'll just take the matches as they come.
Yes. I don't know either. I just do what Dapples tells me, which is an odd situation for me to be in, but sign of the times, I guess, here. So yeah, we'll see you guys then. And we're going to switch this over to Nox and Siren. And who's going to give you the most fantastic commentary. Somebody in chat was just eager to get rid of us. Well, there you go. We're gone.
We're gone.
Nox and Siren. What you guys wanted.
I
can't wait to see how Elemental screws them over with their intro.
I'm sure. Okay, you're really harping up on this because I oh my god. Before we head out, you guys can find me FalcoFlyer on Twitch, FalcoFlyer11 on Twitter. I'll probably be paying attention to. There's one more set on Splatoon tourney, so I'll be keeping an eye on that, making sure they run things smoothly. But I will be streaming on Ludi tonight on Sunday night, so you can find me there. Yes, Popgun, it's been fun.
And you can find me in the help desk telling you that help desk is for questions only, not the general chat. We're going to knock it over to Nox and Siren for winners finals and close out the tournament. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to Proving Grounds. I never know the number in advance, but hey, it's a Proving Grounds. We're back to it, and I'm so glad to be here, joined by Nox. Hello.
Hello, Siren. Yeah, we are getting into it here. Always exciting to be here. We're going to be going into Sweet Tooth versus Shadowbolt.
Yeah, I believe both of these teams kind of on the higher end of Ludi this season. I believe Sweet Tooth is in Div 1 with me as well, I think, right? Yes, they are, and they're doing great! Wow! They are currently at the top of their pool. I had this open just because I was staring at this from the Cherry Limeade set earlier and seeing where everyone was sitting for that. But hey, Sweet Tooth doing great so far. Shadowbolt, I believe, also doing pretty decently in DivX as well, but I feel like everyone's doing very good in DivX at the moment somehow. No losers there.
Yeah, I think it helps that a lot of DivX just decided they were done playing.
Yeah. A Luigi wins by doing nothing, but hey, it's still worth.
You take the wins you can get, always.
Yeah. So looking at that, I just pulled that up because I just have everything handy for me. They are technically the third highest team in their Ludi pool right now. They are only below Jackpot and In Control Red Sun. So by most people's standards, I'd say that's pretty freaking good.
Yeah, that's definitely pretty good. Red Sun's been doing. I don't think I expected them to do this well, but I also have a lot of bias with Red Sun. But luckily, you guys don't. Luckily, nobody has to hear me commentate over them for once, because they're not playing for once.
Yeah. It's definitely. I'll be honest. Like it's better than I expected. I didn't expect them to do bad, but onto the topic of the two teams we're looking at here. I'm not familiar with this roster for Shadowbolt. I feel like it was totally different last time I looked at them. Maybe I'm losing my mind.
No, I feel like it was too, but you never know.
Maybe these are fun names. Because
I
don't recognize Toffee.
I don't recognize Toffee. The other names I feel like I've seen around a lot. That doesn't mean I remember them, though. So that's always the fun part.
So it's going to be like, it's going to be a fun surprise when we see this. And honestly, it could go either way because it's 10 o'clock for some people on the East Coast. It's getting a little tired. I'm ready for my nap time. And I'm pretty sure Shadowbolt is full of a bunch of oldies. So, yeah.
It is always nice to see teams with older players doing well, though, because I remember a time where it was definitely just a bunch of 15-year-olds winning every Splatoon event.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Now it's only like 80% of them.
You're so real for that, and I feel like a lot of that group of younger players has aged up a significant amount. When I first joined Assault and Pepper like years ago, it was like there's like a minor here and there, but now we're like it feels like we're just like old man club. People calling us kids in their BM, and it's like, oh, you have no idea. We all have jobs.
It's always such a difference in mental shift in regards to like. It's always so interesting because the Splatoon community is so. I mean, it's grown so much in 3 specifically, but the age ranges on teams can be so big, and it gets funny sometimes. It's like, oh, they're just having to parent a child at this point in their team.
Yeah, I've seen that before too. I remember, this is getting a little off topic, but I'm just waiting for this match to start. On my way to Genesis 6 back in 2019, I was in the car. Oh my gosh, I forget the name of the player. I feel like it was Swanee, but I feel like I'm wrong. But he was like showing me pictures because he had a wife and a kid, and like was showing me the house they just like put their mortgage on. Like they were like, look at this, and I was like, oh my gosh, like this is so cool. Like someone who's like, like a dad and is living their full adult established life is like doing all these things and then also going to lands. Like this is sick. I love this, and that's one of the things you don't really see that much anymore. I feel like a large majority of us are kind of in like our 20s, maybe early 30s for some of us in the old man club, but like it really is not as wide a variety, but nevertheless, I still like what we have here.
Yes, absolutely. Big fan of, obviously I'd say we're both pretty big fans of the Splatoon community, Nah. Nah. But we are getting into it here. We have Sweet Tooth and Shadowbolt. Pretty standard comps coming out of both sides here. Pencil coming out, going to be seeing a lot of those. Double Nautilus is a little interesting, though.
Yeah, you know, one Nautilus is rare enough on its own, but one on either side is a little bit of a, you know, an oddity. It's a welcome one in my eyes. I'm happy to see it when it comes around. That Rain is very underrated as it is right now in our current meta, and we do see Sweet Tooth getting this very early jump on that Rainmaker, picking it up, but picked off by that Pencil, doing a great job at backlining and holding up that back line. I didn't mean to sound so tacky, but like, this is the truth. That's why it's called backlining.
Yeah, Singura doing a great job there with that shot, putting down a lot of paint too. That's one of Pencil's really strong things, is that it paints so much for what it is. And also, you do get in that great chip damage, which weapons like Stamper, Nautilus are just gonna love.
Yeah, it's like Nautilus, I feel like hasn't been as viable because it does need a lot of that backing and a lot of that paint to sort of support it and make it capable. But when you are able to optimize that Nautilus player to their fullest potential, they can go absolutely ham in this game. And I think, you know, weapons like Pencil are starting to make that a bit more of a capability nowadays.
Yeah, I've also just noticed like a big rise in midlines as of very recently, which I'm loving to see. It's just been a difference. A good difference, but a difference.
Mm-hmm. I too am a midline stan. So it's a great welcome change for me, and I think a little bit healthier for the meta, and maybe one that we can mentally tolerate a bit better. Will people ever be completely happy with it? Probably not, but here we are. We've jumped that Rainmaker across that infamous gap, and now that has put Shadowbolt in a very strong position here. If they wanted to, they could defend this, but you know, then again, Sweet Tooth can make that jump themselves as they get to that opportunity.
Huge pick there from Junkie, taking advantage of that Zipcaster, special that allows you so much extra mobility, and able to take out the Stamper on the way forward too. Looking to find the pick on Bingo maybe just trying to shark out this Charger. Gonna be able to help apply a lot of pressure. They're really gonna be wanting to move forward here. This is a hard, 27's not as strong of a push as it seems like, but it is still a very good push.
Yes, and now it's just going to be a 1v1. One of those members on the side of Shadowbolt is just respawning here. So this is going to be Daybreak moving back a little bit, maybe housing some jumps from the other members of Sweet Tooth. But they do look like they're just waiting for those swim-ins to come. They do have the special at the ready now with the Rain almost getting popped, but spotted out just in time by the members of Shadowbolt, are able to clock that before it even begins, and getting this retaliation, a 3 down onto the side of Sweet Tooth. They say, hey, you got the checkpoint, but we're not letting you get any farther than that right now.
Yeah, we're seeing Shadowbolt definitely just going the best defense is a good offense, trying to take more of this forward space, because the more you keep the Rainmaker on their side of the map, the less they can do about it.
Yes. Obviously, you're going to want it as far as you can get it from your spawn. The longer it takes for them to get the lead, the better for you, just in case you do wipe or go down. And I feel like I might be jinxing things just by saying the W word right now, but let's see how this plays out a little bit more naturally as we see Stan trying to get this pick onto Junkie, is able to get that as well. So that is still going to be a strong defense coming out from Shadowbolt, even if it means some trades here and there.
Yeah, definitely a great job there from the Nautilus, able to apply a ton of pressure. Daybreak here looking to find a way to move in, looking to look at that left side, trying to keep an eye on that Stamper. Segura putting down a good bit of paint with that Pencil, really kind of walling out Sweet Tooth at the moment.
Yeah, they've been doing a very good job at holding this up, but with my anxiety, I just see like that checkpoint is broken, that jump can be made, but they whiff it. What happened there? They just kind of dropped partway through, didn't have that full momentum, and that's going to create a bit of a tough situation here. There's only about a minute to go here. They're going to have to win another fight. They're losing members one by one here, but that Tenna Missile is at the ready, maybe waiting for another special to go. They can't really wait too much longer here, Nox, in order to get the lead.
They can't, and their brush going down is just going to put a big wrench in their plans. They do have missiles. Missile's still a really great displacement special. Allows you to claim a lot of space, allows you to get pushes you shouldn't be able to normally. But not going to do much if you're stuck in mid and need to get to 27 on this map, especially when 4 members of the other team are up. But as I say it...
Wow. So, like, with 4 members being up on that, like they're just going to be able to maintain this. Keeping that Rainmaker in its shield is going to do everything for them there. And honestly, the point difference was like what 40 there, but in reality, that was a much closer game. If Shadowbolt had let up a singular time, I think Sweet Tooth would have had that in the bag.
Yeah. They were just doing such a consistent job at finding the pick on the Rainmaker. Like, Sweet Tooth was doing a good job at clearing enough space. Shadowbolt just was able to just find the picks in spite of it.
Yeah, that was the number one thing that I noticed as well. They were just kind of holding on to that space that they needed to and nothing more. And because of that, they weren't taking any of these really awful risks that you see people kind of lose the game over, especially on Hagglefish. There's nothing super safe on this aside from a knockout. So like the number one thing you cannot do is wipe more than any map in this game.
And Clam Blitz Umami, not a map we see a ton of. Just as a reminder, these are all the 20XX maps that are in the map pool, which is they're not always what we necessarily see. A lot of them are pretty standard, but I will say that seeing Maki, a little less standard. Seeing Umami, also a little less standard. Nothing wrong with that, though. It's been a minute since I've seen Umami clams in a tournament, though.
Yes, to be honest with you, it's very hard for me to even mentally picture what this map looks like as far as like specific layouts, where that clam basket is and what minor details have changed as far as like moving stage objects around to shift for the mode. Mahi is something like, oh, I can think of how everything looks, but Umami is like, okay, I know how this looks on zones. I kind of know what it looks like on tower.
Well, from my memory, which could be wrong, it's always a little faulty up there. But it's pretty much the same on all the modes. It's very consistent. The layout doesn't really change. Baskets right in front of your spawn, pretty much, which is always an adventure. But then again, this map is of your spawn, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think that should be about accurate as to how this map goes. And there's probably a level of irony to this if you cut out on the side of Elemental as well, because half of that sentence went away. And now I'm just like, yeah, that's about Umami. Like, yeah, kind of don't know what's happening. Anyway, okay, that looks correct.
Yep, this seems about right. We're seeing that pencil coming back out. Same comps out of both sides here. I do like the missiles for this map a lot, just because there isn't any cover you can try and take, really.
You know, looking at that from the top-down view, this map kind of just low-key looks like narrow humpback. They were like, let's take humpback pump track, but like make it Splatoon 3. Just squish it a little bit, and that's kind of what you have here. Just this big lump in the middle, and these entrances, and these they're almost trenches, not as deep, but it's it's flat and it's narrow and it's long and annoying. So it has to be Splatoon 3.
Truly, I will say that it doesn't reward buckets nearly as much as Humpback does. But that being said, Singura's still gonna have to take the jump out there, taking advantage of that tactical to be able to get out in time. Stan looking to try and hold some space here, trying to keep them back in mid, because the moment you lose spawn, it's just such a snowball situation.
Yeah, it's a very big nightmare to get out of that once your opponents are basically in your face in this map. Because it is so narrow, you're just trying to get out, and there's like one way, and every special you can imagine is sitting on top of your face. That sounded terrible. Don't mind me. Sorry, Popgun. Anyway, Keto is gonna jump into mid.
Yeah. Keto coming into mid here, taking advantage of the high mobility of the Wiper, able to help find a pick, does go down to stand there though, and this is mid finally going back in Shadowbolt's favor. We still haven't seen anything that I would call a real push. I don't consider one power clam a real push. The other team's probably going to get in one power clam. It's a safe bet.
It is, but will they get a little tiny clam afterwards is the real question here. We could be playing this game all day, but it's just a matter of who does it first if that's the case. Yeah. I would really hate to see a 5-minute long game where we get one power clam and nothing else.
You know, on this map, it wouldn't surprise me, but it's not gonna be what happens. We do see at least 2 power clams go in, getting us down to a score of 70. We have a few more clams at the ready. Don't quite see how Singura is gonna really manage to get in here though. Especially with Daybreak being right there with the Nautilus. You know, it's just a map where it's unless you get the lockout, it's a lot of really small pushes. Junkie looking to move forward, you're going to be forced to back off. Not going to back off fast enough, though. Sungura has been doing such an excellent job here with this pencil, just getting those picks and applying paint down for their team.
Yeah, like I hadn't even really considered until like the other day when my one of my friends mentioned to me how much pencil paints, but it's like it's just a bunch of straight lines that can just come out at a rapid pace. It's something that most chargers just can't do in this game because it doesn't have that charge up period in between. So you do see it used as almost a paint bot a lot. Oh,
interesting.
Yeah, no, I hadn't even thought about a vertical grate before. I was like,
no,
whoa.
Why is there a vertical one? What did they do that for? I'm happy about it, but what were they doing there?
That totally distracted me. Like, my ADHD brain is like, holy moly, vertical grate in Splatoon.
They can do that? I think this is the only place I've ever seen it. And I had not processed it before either, so this is just... There's no other vertical grades, right? We're not just forgetting about something?
I'm sure someone in the chat will be like, actually, there's one on every map.
Whoa. Wow, they've been hiding them really well, then. That's a good Easter egg.
Yeah. The next question is, will Sweet Tooth get out of this? Because usually the lockout happens while you're in your base, but what we are seeing here is quite contrary to that. Once again, Shadowbolt is getting in here, maybe in for a bit of a smaller push once again. That cooler is coming out, which is typically an indication that they're not quite done yet, but with two of them going down, I would probably back out if I were them. This is definitely not something to rely on, though, because now they've just given them, like, 2 power clams worth of, like, basically lead here.
But they're still getting the picks they need. There's less than a minute left. Sungura clearly feels very confident right now with the positioning they're taking. Junkie going down yet again. Mingo looking to swim in on this basket, able to get it in. That's a push to 27. They don't really need to worry about scoring more. Stan and Sungura are probably just going to look to hold mid pretty tightly here, able to take out Hermit, getting rid of the zap, getting rid of their one shot at a cooler. They aren't close to missiles. They aren't close to Zipcaster. They're not really close to Rain. They do manage to take out 2, though, so they might be able to make this happen. Just the T-Tech left. They do have a decent number of clams to work with. We will see if they can manage to get in. They kind of are probably going to rely on those missiles to try and make it happen.
The Splatoon gods have pitied Sweet Tooth a significant amount here. You see so many power clams just jiggling around on screen there. Getting the pick onto Toffee. That's going to be a big deal. That's 2 down onto the side of Shadowbolt. This could be a continuous overtime here. They're going to be able to get the dunk. That's going to buy them a little bit more time here, but they're going to have to keep dunking things in. Otherwise, this is going to be over. And they're just camping that power clam with literally everything they can. With one entrance in that they can reach in time, that's just going to be it. Like, you just sit there, you bomb that. There's not much more you can do there.
Always risky to throw the power clam in a situation like that. I fully get why they did it, because they wanted to take advantage of their Zipcaster to probably move Sungura out of the way and really put a lot of pressure on. But it just allowed Shadowbolt to be able to go, okay, we can just put suction bombs on that now, though.
Yes. Okay, somebody in the chat did note that Urchin Underpass does have vertical grates, but that is also a map we haven't seen since Splatoon 1.
Yeah, that's not real anymore. That hasn't been real in years.
I want it to be real so bad. Can we just pretend that it's real?
Only if I can pretend Anchovy Games is. Fair conditions.
You.
Yeah.
Like, one of those is much more realistic to come back, I think.
Yeah, it's Anchovy, right?
I'll give you the copium that you are requesting right now. Sure.
Look, it's just so... I just miss seeing people die to the fans on stream. The amount of joy seeing people die to the fans can bring you is truly unparalleled.
Well, now that we have Mahi again, I kind of want to see someone go down to the water level changing.
Definitely an option.
Yeah. I need to watch more Low Ink. I feel like it's more likely to happen there, but
Low
I would
Ink,
love to see it on
Swiddly.
one of these. Yeah.
Lots of... More likely to happen in one of the lower level tournaments, for sure.
Yeah. This is, I think... you weren't playing in 2017, right?
I was playing the game. I wasn't playing comp. I was playing the game.
There was like this one time at Squidstorm 2017. This happened on stream too. It was in the bronze bracket where one of the players took the Rainmaker backwards, like thinking that they were scoring points. And I think like someone wrote like a whole Kotaku article or something about it, and it like like I felt so bad for him because it was just like,
you can't take the Rainmaker backwards.
Idiot Splatoon player takes the Rainmaker backwards. Like it's something like that. I don't remember.
Oh no. I mean, it is, look, the whole point of Rainmaker is to go forward. I do have to look, but it's like when Clamblitz first dropped and everyone kept trying to score clams in their own basket for some reason. Don't know why that one kept happening for so long. That one happened for longer than it should.
Yeah, but you know, competitive tournament on stream. It's yeah. I saw the dunking in their own basket a lot in like solo queue in C rank where we had to like start that over from the beginning. Yeah. Yeah. But speaking of solo queue, that's
Haven't
the
seen
opposite
this map
of what we're
outside of
looking
it in a while.
Yeah, more or less. I mean, I feel like it's played in a lot of the European tournaments, hence
true.
the 20XX placement. So if you're someone who's free on the weekends, you probably get to do this one a whole lot. I, for one, work retail, so never.
Pencil coming out now from Sweet Tooth, by the way. A little bit of a change up in comp here. They're also choosing to pull out Trip Strikes. Not something that we see a ton of these days. Definitely really good for capping on this map, though, because of how small mid is.
Yeah, I think a bit of an underrated usage of the trip strikes, and I guess this is kind of a downside if you don't do it totally correct, is that you can kind of blind your opponent using them.
Yeah.
But just throwing them in front of their faces and ambushing them very well. But I think in general, I've seen more people accidentally blind their own teammates by trying to help them fighting. So you just gotta be careful when you do that. Speaking of careful, Bingo goes down to that Inkzuka. Just react a little bit better next time, I guess. Keto pushing up on this right side here, looking like Sweet Tooth is not going to go down yet in this 3-0 situation. That is not happening. It's 2-0 right now, and hopefully we can avoid that.
Yeah, hopefully. We are seeing that Tri-Slosher coming out here too from Sweet Tooth, taking advantage of this Inkjet. Rare to see Junkie off of that Octobrush, but makes sense for this map to switch over to a Slosher for sure.
Yeah, it is a choice. That's the Zuka one, right? Not Zuka, sorry, Inkjet.
Yes.
Which, like, I like Inkjet on this map a lot, but I'm just surprised to see that Tri-Slosher getting picked out of any of them. But there is a lot of narrow passageways that Toxic Mist does have good usage for on this particular map. It's really hard to move out of mid if any of your exit points are being blocked off, because it really is just those blocks on left. You have to backtrack really hard. It's kind of like Museum in that aspect, but slightly better. And that's what makes this a very high commitment map. And that's why you see so much brawling happening in the very center of it on top of the zone, which is kind of a no-no. As far as like trying to like be competitive about it is fighting on top of the zone, because when you die you don't want to paint it yourself. But hey,
you know, sometimes on a map this small, it's just gonna have to be what happens. This is a map where zone tends to flip hands a lot, as we've seen going back and forth so far this game. And Sungura just gonna have to try and dodge the Zuka. They're gonna be able to. They do have Trip Strikes and I use that special Inkjet. Inkjet ready. Ooh, how did I forget the word of the special I said the name of for multiple months straight? Good for me.
Yay. Well, hey, it's not Zuka. It's an Ink Summon,
That's
but it's
true.
not the Zuka, so hashtag not relevant. Bingo backing up onto the zone here with 10 ticks left. Are they going to be able to hold that? Probably not, because everything's getting popped on top of it, and people are not quite dying yet, unless they're in Inkjet and they're fighting a Charger, because that is a also very rough matchup.
Yeah.
They did get that cap, which will buy them a little bit more time here, but they do have to be very mindful of the fact that those penalty points tend to tick down a bit faster than the actual ones, so they're going to look away for 1 second and then notice that they have literally no time.
Yeah. They do have Trip Strikes ready to try and get back in, though. They also have that Zuka ready. They're not really close to Tacticaler, which they probably really want to use to break in here. But also, it's Pencil. They could probably get it pretty quick if they really want to. But they're going to want to focus just more on survival here. Junkie getting that pick is absolutely huge. Stan looking to find a pick on Hermit here. Not going to quite be able to, being forced away by that Toxic Mist. Able to get the trade on Sangura. That's absolutely huge. Zone has flipped again. Stan looking to try and keep it neutral for now. Going to be popping that range to just try and ensure that for a bit longer. But But Daybreak's putting a lot of pressure on with that pencil.
Yeah, Daybreak has been really doing a good job of positioning their pencil in a way that is still offensive, but kind of closes off these areas. You see Toffee trying to break into this bottom left corner here, but Daybreak absolutely holding a lot of ground here. It has made it maybe a little bit harder for them to hold on to that zone because that pencil's kind of on this awkward angle from it. So they do kind of have to rely on winning these fights, with which they will do. A couple down there, and with no penalty points left, this could be a big deal as long as they're able to win the next fight. That Tacticooler is going to get popped, which means they should start moving in here a little bit quicker. That Zuka is at the ready. They're going to start pointing out where the members of Shadowbolt are coming in from. Hito going to pop that. Are they going to be able to get a pick? Not quite, but they still know exactly where the members of Shadowbolt are feeding in from, so they do have to watch out for that. But, you know, keeping in mind of the zone there, they've just lost a lot of progress.
They did. That rain is always so rough to have to deal with on this map because there's just no space to play around from it. Hito looking to get the next Zuka ready. We have an Inkjet ready. We're close to Cooler. I would say we're far from Trip Strikes, but it's a splash. You're never far from your special in reality. Nautilus does go down there. Bingo looking to be able to drop into this zone. Gonna be trying to make something work, taking advantage of this Zuka. Gonna be able to help find the pick. Toffee going wild with the Zipcaster, trying to take out some Daybreak here. Not going to be able to in time. They just need to paint the zone, and they've got two shooters looking at it, and they are able to take the game.
That Tacticooler was so game-changing for all the wrong reasons. That cooler blocked, like, all of the shots from the Zuka going out on the zone, and that probably saved the lives of Sweet Tooth there, and allowed them to actually save the zone. Okay, we kind of knew that Tacticooler covered shots before, but that was just something else.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna get the live replay. Yeah, there's one onto the cooler, two onto the cooler, and then three that got a little work done, but Toffee was already there. So, like, we see Toffee, we know where Toffee is, we have no penalty. That Zipcast is gonna end at the worst possible time, and that tick, 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 like, it's done.
People do kind of underestimate the shield ability of Cooler sometimes. It definitely can just be an unbreakable splash wall for you. It's, as a treat, it's also an unbreakable splash wall. You know, because Cooler needed more going for it. Of course. How couldn't it?
Honestly, they probably didn't need to buff it before and get rid of the respawn Punisher thing. But
no, but it is funny. I do like how fast it makes us play the game.
I do quite like that. I mean, Splatoon was already a very fast game, and there was a lot of criticism before on specials that would slow it down, like armor in Splatoon 2, missiles, yeah. To an extent, Bubble in this game, but not really. Bubble's kind of just been like Armor's sad little sister. I hate to say it.
It's, you know, there's a reason you don't see many junior players that still play junior.
Yeah, when I do though, it's always gonna be custom. What was it? I'm sure that was a song that's playing on the stream, except it just looked like someone was being emo on on the stream side.
You know, that's how it goes sometimes. We're gonna be going into tower control ship shape. Oh boy, this is a snowball of a map.
Yeah, I find myself, like, there's never been a game where they, like, land off in, like, the 30s to 40s range. It's always, like, 50, 60, which is kind of the first checkpoint-ish. Or it's the last one. There's no difference there, usually. Like, it's very difficult to retake that midsection in time if people are in it. And it's very unforgiving if you lose that fight when you are trying to go for it.
We're gonna be getting into it here. Once again, Junkie sticking with that Tri-Slosher. A little bit surprising here, but definitely a good Inkjet map. And Shadowbolt sticking with what they've been doing. They don't see a need to change. I can definitely see Toffee having a good time with Zipcaster here. Not a map I've seen a ton of Zipcaster used on, but definitely has the ledges to play around for it.
Yeah, I definitely like looking at the approaches of how different teams adapt to each other, because you do see Sweet Tooth kind of opting for a bit of a comp change, where Shadowbolt has maybe done a bit of a game style play change, because you kind of see what they realize got messed up on Mahi there, and maybe they're just adjusting for that. They're confident, they felt like the weapons weren't a problem, and are approaching it in a totally different way, which I completely respect either approach to this.
Yes, as long as you are trying to make changes and adapt to make sure you can stay in the lead or manage to get the lead if you're Sweet Tooth. It's always good, as long as you're at least trying something different when you're not winning.
Yeah, I could kind of see this like kerfuffle happening there from afar, like Stan kind of walking into the base of Sweet Tooth, started painting ground, maybe was trying to incite a fight. Either way, you notice the attention taken away from Daybreak, just staring at Stan from afar, not really choosing to approach that. And it kind of made a bit of an impact, just standing there and being like, hey, come fight me, I'm on the other side of the map. Because you can't really ignore that kind of thing. You can't ignore Stan ever.
No. Especially not on Nautilus. You can't ignore most Nautiluses ever, much less Stan on it. Who's now just in their base, trying to have a good time. Does get taken out by Keto, but did take out their pencil first, which means they're not going to have a cooler for quite a bit here. Keto does have Zuka ready, going to be using it here to try and clear out the area around them, but Bingo just sneaking in behind them, taking advantage of that cooler. Not really going to care that they went down there, because they're going to be able to get jumps into their pencil player.
Yes, and now we're finally seeing that pinch going on to Stan, but that is going to allow the other members of Shadowbolt to come up behind them and get that pinch. And that is going to be a very early push for them starting here. That cooler is going to be coming out right as they pass that first checkpoint. Chunky's going to get behind them on the Tri-Slasher, though. That's a really good heighted angle to deal with this tower. Spotted out Stan, which is good. But now we do have to deal with the Pencil, who is just sitting there and might just sit there for free so long as they aren't combated by anything big, like an Inkjet or Inkzuka.
What a great shot to hit there through that triple strike, by the way. Not something that's easy to do. Sungura just actively was able to keep track of that more or less in their head, because you're not seeing through a trip strike.
Yeah, definitely not. And this is like exactly what I was talking about in the previous game. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, and it can either work in your favor or against you. And somehow that worked really well for them. Just having that knowledge of, okay, this is where I think they're going to be right now, even though I literally can't see them. Bit of a shot, literal shot in the dark.
Yeah.
Shot in the orange, I guess, this time.
Well, very true. Stan looking to find something out here on this side. Not able to find Junkie out, though. Eventually able to with that point sensor. Looking to move into this left side. Just trying to get through this checkpoint, but able to easily get taken out there by multiple members, just looking at them as they try and go into Inkjet. Inkjet definitely more punishable the more range the other team has.
Yeah, it's kind of a difficult one to play nowadays, especially in this meta where we're seeing a lot of pencils. Charger's kind of getting a bit of a resurgence as well. A lot of the players who very strongly believe in that weapon are continuing to play it, and you know, you never know when someone is going to fully pull that out unless you're totally familiar with the team and their roster and what they do for every map. So you know, choosing it can be a bit of a liability nowadays, though both of these teams seem like they know each other enough, so yeah. I do feel like Junkie choosing to do Inkjet on this was an informed choice. They took that risk, and they decided to go with it and said, hey, maybe this could work out again, because it did kind of work on Mahi.
It did, and this is also definitely another very solid Inkjet map. It allows him to put pressure on the Pencil from a distance. Pencil can punish it slightly less well than other Chargers. It still punishes it really well. It has to hit 2 shots instead of 1, which, you know, makes some level of difference in the end. We're just going to see a skirmish here in mid right now. Both teams just trying to hold on to this mid area. Toffee looking to apply pressure by tower, trying to get that Tri-Slasher out of there, but 2 people looking at them, forcing them to have to jump out. But we are seeing the rest of Shadowbolt being able to swim in.
Yeah, Sweet Tooth here not too far away from that lead. 48 is not that big here, but they do have to get some picks, and they need to kind of get them right now if they want any chance at this, not really knowing that Bingo is there getting followed up with their teammate as well. Just kind of camping this wall, but Junkie is going to play a bit of cleanup here. Are they going to be able to stay alive? Not quite, and that is rough when the Pencil does have eyes on you, but you do kind of have to pop that. It's all or nothing at that point.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. It was the only option Junkie really had left at that point, and I think it's good they went for it. It's just Sungura's been hitting their shots, so it's not that shocking that they hit their shots again.
What? A Charger hit their shots? I mean, more common than you would think.
It is. People, especially these days, like earlier on in Splatoon's history, it was definitely more of a thing where unless you were watching an actual top team, the Charge are likely not going to hit their shots. The skill level of Splatoon has just improved a lot because people have had so much more time to play it since even the start of Splatoon 2. Oh, yeah, that's been many years now. I'm gonna not think about that more.
It's best to not. Are we circling back to the retirement club questions now, or discussion, I suppose?
Look, if given the chance to talk about S2 Ray meta, I will take it every time. But I am the only one that liked it.
Rain meta.
Yeah.
I feel like that only exists in my brain when I try to copium that range blaster was a good weapon. I mean, and it was until literally every other weapon came out.
Yeah.
But did stop. Is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Definitely a lot of interesting things have come out of Splatoon at different points, though. I do want to just point out how many less T-Techs there were. T-Techs, yes, that's what that is. Vanilla splatter shots. No T-Techs, actually. We do not see T-Techs these days. But how many less vanilla splatter shots we've been seeing just in the past couple weeks, really?
Yeah, that population is starting to dwindle a little bit, and I will accept that. And I'm happy with the fact that I don't think I saw any, if at all, this round. So we're on a pretty good streak. Was there? I was paying so much attention.
Each team had a singular splatter shot. But, you know, compared to what we're used to, that's nothing. You're so right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend that it doesn't exist. Everything else got my attention.
Exactly.
Nautilus, Pencil, Tri-Slosher, Vanilla. That's great. I'll take those. That means we are already this far in. That means Shadowbolt is going to be going into grand finals, but we have to look at round 9 here. Oh, whoa! This is so low. Is that Flower Pot? Is that what they're called?
I do believe that is Flower Pot versus Love Deluxe.
Okay, I'm so glad you can read that. It's just us. Flower Pot. Look at that. Yeah. I don't recognize any of these players, I think. And I want to.
Back up. Because I thought I did, but also, did I? You know?
Okay. We have some players from some teams and kind of a mix and match kind of thing going on, according to Elemental.
Yes, definitely looks like a lot of mix and matching and a few FAs floating around in there. It is definitely FA season again, considering, as Ludi always does, teams have realized that different players have different priorities, and lots of new FAs on the market.
Yeah, can more teams disband so I can get more cursed groupings of people?
Can more teams disband so I can find more tryouts? Please.
Is Starmobile recruiting?
Archivist. Always.
Yeah, kind of low-key, Ludi synonyms, I suppose.
Yep.
More, give or take 1 or 2 players.
Yeah. You know, sometimes it just takes the pressure off to play under a different name in Ludi. Sometimes that's the strat.
It really does, yeah. I can only imagine what that feels like for popular I say that. Popular teams.
You're on a popular team.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, people know a Salt and Pepper.
Hey, we're actually getting at the game!
We're seeing a 10 coming out here from Love Deluxe.
Oh,
Sorella 10. Lots of neat stuff there.
Alright. I figured that was Swisher, but I wasn't sure until I saw the actual tent. So it is Swisher. Very veteran tent player, known for that, and also Div 2 Easy Clap. That's the line, and therefore will be cursed to be playing Div 2 for the rest of his life. Flower Pot here, though, taking the aggression very early on here. Sees an opportunity to try and lock out. Wiper moving up a little bit farther here, has that hammer at the ready, but you always kind of want to wait until the members of Love Deluxe start to feel a bit safe before you pop it, and that's when you move in.
Yeah, and I just want to point out here, the Tent's just gonna have a bad time against the Wiper. It does, like, as we're seeing right now, it just eats the shield for breakfast. It does not think twice about it. Yeah, just a lot of aggression happening out of both sides here. Lots of very fast-paced fights. And we're finally seeing the zone switch over to Love Deluxe. They're going to really want to focus on setting up here. They're trying to clean up Kreia right now, trying to get that zap out of there, and finally able to.
Sorry, I was choking on a noodle before. Anyway, well, Love Deluxe has finally come back in here. We do see a lot of the specials had been kind of burnt to get back into this position, so a lot of time is going to be spent here building that up, but that Zuka is going to put in a lot of work there, and that will allow them to get a bit more time here, get back in here. That Zuka is going to come out immediately again, getting the pick on Kreia, and I think that's actually just going to be enough. Even just getting that one pick, albeit a trade, should buy them enough time for Love Deluxe to kind of perform some buffoonery into the spot of Flower Pot.
Absolutely, and we are going to see the lead switch here, despite the fact that the Wiper did manage to get in, cause a big distraction. Still trying to behind that zone, but does get taken out. Omar coming, just putting down a lot of paint for their team. Looks like they're just going to be able to hold this and clean this up. I believe this was a 100-0 hold pretty much for Love Deluxe. Flower Pot had a great opening, but they just could not figure out how to break back in with those two Zukas coming out and just getting those consistent picks. Such easy sightlines for Zuka on this map.
Yeah, especially when that is getting followed up by a Tent Umbrella, which will just buy more time. Like, that's the main thing with Brella, or, well, mostly Tent, is that it can really disrupt. This map is a very good highlight of that, I think, too, because it has that very narrow entrance to it, so you kind of are forced to deal with it before you can move back in, and that can eat up a lot of time, and so even just getting the lead there, that's great. That was bought by the Tent Umbrella. Getting the knockout is something that came out of pure picks alone. And Omar just sitting here behind, that really sealed the deal as well.
Yeah, somebody's got to paint the zone. As not glamorous of a job it is, somebody's got to sit and babysit the zone. Somebody's got to babysit the objective in Splatoon.
Yes, especially with the two zone maps like this one, because the second that they cap one little side or just stall it out a little bit, you're kind of slipping there. You don't want to lose grip of what you have. So it is very important, especially on the maps like this one.
Yeah, and next up we're going to be going back to tower control ship shape, which we did just make points about it's gonna snowball. It's very likely that a team pushes to 2 and then the other team knocks out. I've seen that happen so many times. It's just one of those maps.
Every time I do see a, I guess, non-uniform weapon pick in this game, I kind of almost create a wish list of things that I want to see in the next game. And for me, for this one, I just kind of want to see Swisher run across those grates and go unpunished up on the top right. Into their base, yeah.
That would be very fun.
It would be. But on that note, it would be also good to see Flower Pot adapting a little bit to what they've been dealing with. I think a lot of teams, especially pickups, may sometimes struggle to quickly deal with the tent because you kind of have to be on the same page and the same agenda every time you're dealing with it. Like, are we fighting it this time? Are we ignoring it? Are we going a different direction and pretending he doesn't exist? That has to be established and almost done before the game starts. And figuring out where that's gonna come into play.
I will say something that will help Flower Pot out with that is the fact that they're running a Wiper. Wiper does get through Tent's shield faster than just about anything else I can think of other than Stamper.
Yeah, of course, I think they are playing the one with the hammer as well, and that's gonna cheese through a lot. The torpedo is just torture as well for a lot of weapons in this game.
Yes. I have been seeing more Gluga's and Tents being played together recently, which is very interesting. Definitely a very stall-heavy comp when you see it come out. That can play very aggressively, as we are seeing Lux and Swisher move up right now. Not able to quite do a ton with it. Mocha looking to find the pick here on Swisher, able to, and it seems like Flower Pot going to be able to start this push again. But they had a huge opening last game and couldn't really finish it out.
Yeah, that collapse on the 3 members of Love Deluxe there is going to allow Flower Pot to move in here. All those jump-ins on that one side, backed up by that bubble. What a shot coming out from Angel on the ground there, and ending that hammer before it can really even exist. So that's going to be a really good job coming out from them. Able to clear this checkpoint quite well. And the other members of Flower Pot as they're getting back into this one, and that is going to be a full wipe for them, and now maybe we can get what I want.
It seems like we very well might. We might actually see Angel here do it instead, though, taking advantage of a similar thing there with that Splash Wall, able to get taken out by Mar on that charger, looking to find picks. Gonna be taken out there by the Splatter Shot. That's a huge pick, and this should be checkpoint going to Love Deluxe. Love Zach is just doing a great job here, getting the next Zuka ready, moving up with Swish's tent. And once again, that wall and tent shield just are such a nightmare on this map. It just is so hard to navigate through.
Yeah, like you can see that this pit area, once it's the enemy's color, it can be very, very hard to reclaim because they can just sort of sit in any little cubby that they want to. Zach is going to be trying to avoid this hammer as best they can while lugging around this giant freaking Zuka, but able to get out of that without a scratch, thankfully, and is now actually able to recuperate and just begin pushing once again with the members of their team. I feel like that bubble is coming out a little bit early here, but maybe this is just something that's being used to build up some momentum for the members of Flower Pot here. They do want to get themselves rather situated onto this one side before they can even think about moving to any other part of this map.
Yeah, and it does seem like Love Deluxe is doing everything they can to prevent Flower Pot from setting up there. Switch now on this tent, able to take out the charger, looking to help find the Viper out. Viper should jump out there, but not going to be able to in time. And it seems like Love Deluxe is going to be setting up for their next push. They did lose lead by a whole 7 points, but on this map, that is literally nothing. Just negligible.
Yeah, it's basically the closest you're going to get to the same exact lead. So Swish popping that Zuka here is actually going to be opting into fighting directly into this court. I'm not really actually seeing any of the members of Love Deluxe going up to this top left here. Zach kind of getting close to it, but is now going to be the last one standing for the members of their team. They were able to extend that down to a 39 lead, but on this map, I just can't see that being enough. Yeah, it's still nothing.
Both of these aren't going to be the final push scores for these teams.
Right?
I just don't believe that. It's possible. It's possible that Flower Pot could manage to knock out here, considering the picks they're managing to get. But otherwise, no. Like, 39's not staying unless Flower Pot actively knocks out here. But with how well Mara is hitting shots, that seems like an option right now.
I felt like I just saw a little bit of panic coming out of Love Deluxe there. You saw that Zap almost popping that cooler for themselves and trying to run for it before they get that lead, but I think maybe the better decision there had been to let them get the lead, just wait for it a little bit longer and take a fight that you're more confident in reclaiming. And now we're at a point where they do have these specials on deck, but they kind of have to be careful about how they time them because we're not even really that close to what they need to yet. And that does give Flower Pot this opportunity to sit back for a second and say, hey, burn them out. You're not even close to the 30 mark yet.
Yeah, and we are seeing Swish being able to set up here really well on this top left side, but the Viper, once again, can just eat their shield for breakfast. Mine coming out, looking to get enough damage off, able to. Not a kind of kill you see very often. Just the brush left up, but the brush is going to zip cast over to the tower. Switch going to have to try and do something about it. Not going to be able to do much other than just distract and stall it out. Does go down in the process. Booyah came out from the Glooga there. Omar sitting on this tower, trying to dodge Charger and Viper shots. Cooler coming out, not going to be able to get enough points, though. Once again, just very tight scores. We were right about neither of those being the final score, though.
Yes, I'm glad to see that at least that is the case. This is usually a bit more of a typical lead that you see here if it's not a knockout. But with that being said, I just felt like there were so many opportunities for Love Deluxe to get that lead there, and they just weren't able to capture it. Just one thing coming out a little too early or a little too late, and just one person going down 1 second too early. It's going to be a rough one, but they do have this opportunity with overtime. There is the 2v2. That cooler's on tower. That Booyah Bomb's coming out. They know exactly where Mox is.
Ooh.
Mox isn't going to be able to get out of that to pop that zip cast. They are down to the 29 mark. Are they going to get the lead? They got
Booyah Bomb doing a great job there, and Tent Shield just being able to eat enough shots to brute force that couple extra points they needed. One of the advantages of having Umbrella on tower is they are so incredibly good at just eating those extra shots you need. Just that little bit of extra time. Just buying that little tiny bit.
Yes, I won't take any kind of slander for the way that we approach things in overtime and the quick decisions we have to make as well, because when it comes down to it, not everyone can handle that kind of pressure in a tournament setting when it's we're basically in like getting down to the nitty gritty here. This is already a placement where these teams are sitting. So Love Deluxe is going to be able to take that very, very narrowly, almost going to that game 3 there. And again, just like props to both teams here because it could have gone either way in both games.
Definitely could have. Lots of very interesting stuff going on today. Just always fun to get to see a tent coming out too. Not a weapon that I've been starting to see more of it. I know that it's starting to be run a bit more in Japan because it can play really well into this current meta. But it's not a weapon that a ton of people play, and you have to know how to play tent to make it work.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I play this, but I also flex in a tent. Like you're either like all or nothing with that weapon.
Yeah.
It's either I main this and play nothing else, or I just play one other thing sometimes. There's not a lot of people who pocket that weapon.
I have my one other weapon I play on the one map I physically cannot figure out how to brute force tent into working on.
Exactly that. And to be fair though, why would I like pocket 10? I'm not going to be like, oh, I play every other meta weapon in the game and also this thing that's incredibly difficult and does kind of the same thing as my other weapons, but a lot worse, and it's much harder.
But it can stall so much more than the vast majority of other weapons.
That's where it shines.
Yes.
And that's, I think, the reason as well why people don't really pick it if they're not committed to it completely, because it is like not just a singular person play style, it's like a team play style. Like everyone has to commit to it.
Yeah, definitely not a weapon you tend to see much of outside of team settings. Rare to see it in a pickup like this, just because it is so easy to punish if the team doesn't know how to play with the 10.
And oh, hey, we get to see Duck Motif. I haven't actually gotten to commentate these players, at least not in this specific pickup, I think, before, or a team. I think it's a team now.
I believe they are a team now. Yes.
It's a little flip-floppy. We're going Clam Blitz on Umami again. I can't even hide my disappointment for this map a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's just a messy map. And the thing I'm gonna say about all three of these maps is they're all so small.
They are
so little.
Umami kind of big, but like not in the right ways.
No, not in any way that matters.
It's okay. We can critique the map pool. The Europeans are asleep. It's fine.
Exactly. Also, I just love critiquing Splat Zone's Mako and Inkblot Tower because I'm sick of them and would like to not see them anymore as a personal problem.
I could never be tired of Splat Zones on Mako Mart.
Really?
That one's the classic. That's like the I love Splatoon 2 map. And Tower
I thought
Control.
that was Reef. They could just give us Reef back. I wouldn't complain. I'll take it.
Reef is too controversial, I think. Just
my issue with Mako is that it favors frontline teams so much. You want to play an anchor on Mako, there's going to be a slosher underneath you the entire time, and you're going to be a little sad about it.
I love that as like a team that basically never plays backlines. Is like, yeah, Mako Mart, 100% win rate. Let's go, baby.
Interesting. I've switched to being a backline player in Splatoon 3 from being a junior one trick. So either way, it was a funky. Actually, I do miss double splat bombs on zones there. It was so funny. That's where quads happen. That's where junior quads happen.
Splat bomb still goes hard there, to be honest.
It does.
We're not quite there yet. We're on the map where everything else goes hard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Temp coming out here, able to apply a lot of pressure through mid, able to really start poking out the members of Duck Motif here, calling them out, able to take advantage of this cooler now too. Taking out the shot early there is absolutely huge. We are seeing Kraken come out. Kraken definitely rising in popularity after the idol sets last week.
Yeah. Definitely has made a bit of an impact within the community. That toxicness plus Kraken is kind of I was gonna say toxic, but you know what? It works. Yeah, it makes me angry because of how fast Kraken is now. Like you just get to go wherever you want for free. And it like they're not gonna be able to outrun you. They can't before, but like now they really cannot.
Now they're just stuck. They're not even outmaneuvering you. They're just there now. They're just free real estate now.
Yeah, and with maps like this, it's like, okay, well, we took the fact that there's this one narrow exit for us to go through, and we're making it our advantage by playing Toxic Mist, and that makes it much harder for our opponents to deal with us. So I do like that. What just happened?
You know,
all of them went down, and I don't think it was that Booyah Bomb.
It was not that Booyah Bomb. It was just a lot of shenanigans happening at once. Red Chill able to find the pick on the Booyah Bomb coming down. Now able to start really playing cleanup here on their plat. Looking to find picks on Omar here. Not going to be able to. Going to have to back off, but the beacon coming out, allowing them to be able to get back in super quickly. Drifty getting paint down in mid for their team. And we're just going to see Love Deluxe having to really be careful as they clear out space here, but they luckily do notice the beacon and can call out the roller jumping in there.
Yeah, that's actually going to work out pretty well for them here. It has been very back and forth so far, which I am surprised to see with such a strong team like Duck Motif. Love Deluxe has been holding their own so far in this game, but they're really going to have to work on getting into mid here because it's still completely blue. You know, they're getting these picks one by one, but capitalizing on that space is what the next steps need to be. And I'm just like looking for them on my screen, and I'm not quite finding them.
Yeah, and that section bomb getting Swisher down there is going to be really rough. They do need that tent to really help them get in. Admittedly, the Gluga dually with the wall also does a lot of pressure, as we're seeing right there. Did just pretty much shut down Duck Motif from trying to get in there for a minute because of how narrow the entrance is here.
It does look like they're just waiting for that Kraken to get popped. You see them sitting back here with 3 power clams, and they're like, okay, where's the jump in? We're gonna jump in now, right? And that Kraken went down. Yeah. So that actually is an opportunity for the members of Love Deluxe to get back in here. That whiff of the Kraken, kind of pause champing for a minute there, but now here we are playing the game once again, full interaction. Getting behind them here, and they have broken that basket, trying to preserve these power clams. I don't actually know why we're doing this over like just outright trying to fight here, but hey, when you get jump-ins with no stealth and a roller that can insta-kill, like, do we really have to?
It's just time to go under basket with Kraken again, it turns out. It's actually just time to do that. All 3 power clams jumping in. That might actually be game. I could be doing math wrong. Oh yeah, I was wrong by 2 points.
Did we miss one of them?
No, we didn't.
Okay, okay.
They all went in. I just was off by two little clams. 33 is a hard number to do math by for me.
It's just crazy to me. Like, it feels like
it's baller meta.
We know what it is baller meta. This is like, look guys, we discovered we can jump to a guy. Like come on guys. We did this like 5 years ago.
Like, we'll get over it again in a few months. I'm not too worried about it. I'm gonna be so real. Like,
by the end of Splatoon 2, we were all like, haha, who's trying to like cheese baller on clams?
Yeah, that's exactly how we're gonna look at Kraken, is what I feel like right now. And maybe I'm wrong, because Kraken is way more invulnerable. But also, the Kraken can't carry a ball, and you could brute force an extra ball with Brawler Jump, I guess. Sure. Duck Motif very comfortably in the lead here. They have another Kraken out. They're just gonna go up to the basket with a clam. They are not probably gonna do too much with this. I'm gonna be real. They're not really probably looking to. Drifty trying to get up to the basket, Tent able to shut that down. Right now we're gonna see Love Deluxe try and claim as much space in mid as they can. They're gonna look to get their specials online, and they're gonna have to try and find a way to brute force in past everything. That Zuka's the only thing they've got online. They're gonna have a Cooler ready. But Cooler's not too bad in terms of shutting you down. But the Zuka manages to find one. Angel looking to get over to that power clamp, probably not going to be able to in time, just barely able to save it. They need to get up into that basket relatively soon.
Yeah, Henry taking this off angle. I was a little worried about it first, and the potential of them getting ignored. But once again, they were able to get these picks pretty well. Overtime is just about ending here, and that toxicness might just seal the deal. They're not going to be able to reach that basket in time for that power clam to count.
Kraken jumps.
That was a fun game of Clam Blitz in the game Splatoon 3, wasn't it?
Yep. You know, I didn't miss baller meta.
By the end of Splatoon 2, there was definitely times where like we just thought it was such a funny thing that we would like, we as in just, you know, my group at the time. But like just like 4 baller weapons all at the same time, and we would only do this on Snapper Canal for some reason.
No, Snapper Canal's the map for it, because if you mess it up, you get knocked into the water, so it's even funnier.
Yeah, we just run at people, and then we'd just be like laughing so hard when it would work. Just like all 4 of us just doing ballers and jumping in and then popping baller after we dunked the clam, and just like it was so ridiculous to just like it almost feels bad, and we kind of like we weren't memeing as well.
Sometimes, look, a little bit of memeing is important in competitive Splatoon to me. If you can win while memeing, I personally don't. Like, it's a little rude. It's a little bad manners. But it's bad manners in a funny way. So...
It helps us keep our sanity when things get a little monotonous, which is definitely the case for...
At the end of Splatoon 2? Yeah.
Yeah, it's... yeah, there was like, you know, when they stop doing the updates and it's like, okay, well, this is the meta we live with forever until somebody just decides otherwise, right?
And we didn't. We just went, we've got armor and missiles. What else could we ever need?
Nothing, clearly.
Well, we added Ray back. That's what we did. We added Ray back into the equation. We made it slower.
I wish I had more downtime. I want to talk about that more, but...
after this game?
Yes.
Surely we remember.
Surely, yeah. Charger is actually going to be coming out for the side of Duck Motif here, which, you know, you have Bandit, so that was bound to happen at some point. Especially with the strike one, that's really strong on zones, and it's mildly narrow, so you have that splash wall to work for you. We are spotting out some members of Love Deluxe coming down on this left side, but Bandit's going to touch the forehead and say, no, you're not getting any closer. And what a bloodbath we are seeing in mid here. We haven't even like thought about the zone for a few seconds now. And really, I think that cap just came out of the fact that people were dying on it more than anything else. Yeah.
Absolutely. Both of these teams are very aggressive. They both play very forward and very fast. They're not going to overthink about if they're dying in zone or not, is the impression I'm getting, until it's the last second and they have to. We are seeing a lot of members of Love Deluxe kind of continuously going down here. They're not doing a great job at sustaining their lives, especially with that Charger just picking them off from a distance. Trip Strike's at the ready, too, on the side of Duck Motif. I mean, it's just going to be hard for Love Deluxe to break in. It's a rough map to get in on, especially when there's a Charger looking for you. But they have managed to get a 3-down situation, looking to really move forward here. Zach taking advantage of that Zuka to really clear space out for them.
Yeah, that was actually a really impressive shot coming out of Zach from the Zuka there, because you saw Enry was on that off angle and was getting ready to pop that Zuka of their own, but Zach caught that out before they were actually able to get that pick. And that's really good thinking of just awareness of where your opponents are at the particular point in time. Swish was able to kind of stagger things a bit there and stay in mid and have that Zuka ready just for when the members of Duck Motif were coming back here, and is doing a really good job at just buying the members of Love Deluxe some time here. And that's, I guess, the main objective, and it's being achieved. They didn't get the lead there, but now they're very close, so they do have a better chance next time around.
They definitely do. Definitely less points to try and work through, since penalty points, as you mentioned, go down a bit faster. Zuka coming out, getting rid of the tent shield, just eliminating that without a second thought. But now their own Zuka comes out. Angel looking to find a pick, able to help out with that Octobrush. Octobrush going down allows him to be able to move a lot more freely through the map. Swisher looking to find a pick here on this left side, at least drawing some aggro, allowing their teammates to cap zone. Drifty and the Charger looking at them. Just true peak tent gameplay right there. Just how much aggro can I draw at once?
Yeah, I really liked the opportunity to maneuver there, knowing that they're not going to be able to shoot faster than that end zap, and just sort of floating around that pillow and waiting for the rescue of their teammates. That's just really one of those sacrifices you have to make when you're playing the weapon. But having people who are aware and will respond quickly to what you're calling is just something that's essential for it. And, you know, all the power to you, so long as your teammates are strong enough to follow up on that.
And the zaps are just trading there. Swisher able to move forward, able to find a huge pick there on the Charger. Looking to set up in their street. Very hard to get a tent out of that position. Drifty going to be in a rough spot after the Zuka comes out. gonna be very weak probably. And the next Zuka coming out here out of Swisher on that 10. Bandit looking to find a pick on Zach, not gonna be able to. And Zach making a good choice and backing up there. They just need to hold this zone for a few more seconds to get lead. And they are pretty comfy right now. They have a very good control on mid, even with those strip strikes coming out.
Yeah, even with Swisher down, they still have been able to buy themselves some time just on their own. That splash wall doing so much work. It's just going to be Bandit left on the charger, and they all have eyes on him. So they're going to be able to avoid many of Bandit's shots and just stay alive long enough to get that knockout. And now we are going to be going to a 1-1 game 3 situation here.
Do you want to talk about Ray coming back? I didn't forget.
Oh, not even Ray. Just what I wanted to ask was, what do we think the end game is going to look like for
I don't think we even
Splatoon
know all
3?
the specials yet. Next patch should be scheduled to get like another 2, right? A new one and one that comes back, right?
Do we get specials every patch? I think we just get new weapons.
It's like every other patch we've gotten specials.
Huh. We've only had like so many though. I don't know if that's a guarantee. But like, let's just say, assuming we never get another special in this game, which we probably will, but like just based on what we have right now, what would you see being the current end?
I see Cooler sticking around. I don't see Cooler going anywhere. It feels like it seems like an armor for them where they're just okay with it being a staple, you know? It doesn't bother them that it's a staple and it's just consistent. I could see Missiles or Zuka. They're not the same thing, but they do similar jobs. So one or the other, probably Zuka. I'd like it more if it was Zuka, just because it was already Missiles once. Something else take a turn.
Yeah.
I could see Crab making a decent comeback, depending on how big anchors are at any given time. Like, the strength of anchors, to me, dictates how strong Crab is. And Booyah Bomb's Booyah Bomb. Booyah Bomb's just always going to be decent. Like, it's just always going to fit decently in a comp. It's never going to hurt the comp.
It's just kind of an all-around thing. Like, it's a safety net special. That's what it really is at the end of the day. Like, okay, gotta clear tower, gotta clear the zone a little bit. Like, it will work for many different uses, and that's why it is so useful in this.
Yes. I will say I can see a lot of the specials having niches. Like Inkjet, I don't necessarily ever see being an always special again, but it's definitely going to be a consistent special that will be good to use, which was not always the case for it in 2.
Yes. And I do see Popcorn in chat bringing up the rocket mode that we've been talking about, like, literally since, like, early Splatoon 2, I think. I'm pretty sure that whatever that idea was used for the Tricolor Splatfest now, like that.
Probably.
The sprinkler things. Yeah, I think that's what that became. So I don't know if we're ever going to get rocket mode. Probably never.
I don't think we're getting another ranked mode. I say as somebody who didn't think we'd get Clam Blitz. So, you know, I'm not a believer in many things. But they can't let me down if I'm not believing in them, is my stance.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. Very early on, Angel coming up onto this left side here, trying to get an early pick onto the side of Duck Mode. That could backfire, but it looks like it won't today.
Angel just really doing a great job of showing off how aggressive the Glugadoolies can be. They are so good at just stealing space from the other team.
Yes, and they're very quick, right? You before you even know they're there, you're probably already dead, which I think is a very anime quote to have, but it is what it is. That splash wall gonna kind of equalize that bubble a little bit there and allow both parties to get out of that. Mostly unharmed, but Red Shell said, nah.
You know, sometimes you just need to take the train as an ego boost, I guess. Sure.
I feel like that's the second time that's happened there where we've just seen like 5 jump-ins. That's not the amount of jump-ins you can have in this game, but like, you know, enough jump-ins and then Red Shell's just standing in one spot, just pressing ZR repeatedly. So probably a sign that we need to get a little less antsy and rely on maybe not jumping in so much.
Splashball definitely annoying Bandit there. Just shooting 3 or 4 shots specifically at it to just try and get rid of it so their teammates can move forward. We are seeing that bubble coming out from the roller. Not a special we see very often, definitely good for tower control though. Does get shredded very quickly when you put it on top of the tower like that, but allowed them to get through these checkpoints, which is all they really care about. Swisher looking to drop here on the roller, able to live for now. Force the jump out, but goes down to the trip strikes.
Yeah, that can be rough when you're just not on the right side of the tent shield in that particular moment. That bomb will decide your fate. And now Swisher in what we call jail, getting behind that tower, and that is going to what?
Oh,
What?
almost.
I didn't even see them on the tower there with all these jumps and this mess. But wow, what a quick knockout for Duck Motif.
Yeah, I mean, they played it really cleanly. They did a great job of finding their picks. They did a great job of making sure they shut down that tent and that Gluga to allow them to be able to get in that easily.
Mm-hmm. And I do love when teams synchronize the battle animations at the end. I don't even think I realized it before because I think they were fist bumping, so I didn't even register that it was all the same.
It is always really, I love it's so much of Splatoon is just how silly can we be, and I love when teams lean into it.
Mm-hmm.
Games should always reward goofy choices. I say as I am annoyed with crack and cheese. So, you know.
I think one aspect of Splatoon 3 that I've noticed that I really like, especially on LAN, is that like when you're sitting next to somebody in person and you see that you both got 3 gold badges, you're like, oh, we're next to each other in person, we're next to each other in game, we both have 3 gold, so we're gonna fist bump. So then you can like fist bump with them in real life and synchronize it with the game because you know it's coming. It's so much fun. I love that.
That is very fun.
Hashtag go to LANs.
Hashtag go to LANs. Always exciting. I'm so excited that Splatoon's back at Genesis. I didn't expect that to happen. I've been trying to figure out if there's a way for me to make it work, but
as a LAN TO, I don't think we expected it either. It's been just a little shout out. I know he's probably not watching, but like Magic put so much effort into this, as well as Bash Dash and like fighting for this event. Like we all had these like meetings trying to really, really fight for Genesis coming back because we felt like that was one of those events that we really wanted to bring back to the community, and we felt like it was like this void we were missing deep in our hearts. And so I do have to give credit where credit is due. Like Devin, Magic, Bash Dash, and the other folks at the Splatlands team really fought for the event. So please go to Genesis if you can make it. It's in February of next year. Just show Genesis that Splatoon still cares about their event, and they love us back and we love them.
I do remember one of the first tournaments I think I ever watched was a Genesis. Now, I don't remember which one, because it was before I played comp, so I didn't pay attention to numbers yet.
Yes, it was either 5, 6, or 7, and 5 was like one where we just Clam Blitz, I think.
It might have been 5. It was pretty early on. I don't remember which team I was watching, because I followed, so before I played comp, I followed EU. Like, I have traditionally been a person that follows EU teams. Big fan of Kraken Paradise and Team Olive back in the day.
Yeah.
And so,
Olive was there.
Okay, that's the one I was watching then, because
Yes.
I watched everything they played in back then.
And like Lux's old team, Komodo. I don't know if there's any other Komodo players who are still very active right now. Like Vesper was on that. Pixelated Cody was the captain of that team. They did pretty well at that event. I know for a while, I think he's retired from this game, but Squirt, the Dynamo player, that was like his first LAN, I think, as well.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he was pretty well known in Splatoon 2 when he was around, for upgrade mostly, but that was Chara was there playing with his team as well. So that one I have pretty fond memories of, despite it not being one that I could have gone to. It was just like, it was so close to Squid Storm back then, and I was like, I'm poor.
It was definitely one of the earlier LANs I watched, because I watched a lot of competitive Splatoon before I started playing, which is not necessarily everyone's path to getting into playing competitive Splatoon. But my God, watching the top teams back then got me very excited about the game. I just wouldn't let myself play. And don't do this if you're thinking about getting into comp and watching this. Don't wait until you get X rank to play. Like, that's a weird rule to make for yourself. Don't do that. It's less of a thing now, I think. But sometimes don't create invisible rules for yourself to get into comp. That's silly. Don't do what I did.
I think I was A rank when I was like Div 3 back in 2017. Which is messed up by today's standards, I think.
A little bit.
I was getting carried.
To be fair, players, I think, are relying less now on rank than they used to, which is nice to see. People seem to value X rank a lot less than they used to.
I think also that's partially because it's just gotten continuously easier to get X rank.
But even then,
Splatoon 2, yeah.
But even with that in mind, like, people aren't looking for high X powers even. Like, everyone's just like, we're done with that a little bit, actually. Which I respect.
Early in Splatoon 2, they or like sometime middle of Splatoon 2 when X rank was out, I think it was licensed to Krill. They were like, we don't really care if you're like X rank or S plus rank or whatever, but like, can you have professional and salmon run? Like literally that's what they put in there. Bronze fact check
so
that.
Much more. I respect that so much more actually, because that means that you know how to do multiple things if you're getting to professional and salmon run at least. You've at least tried to learn a few things.
Multitasker for real, and you have morals. You have a job, right?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, we're getting into this set now. We've got Sweet Tooth versus Duck Motif. We did forget to introduce that. We were talking about Splatoon 2 and lands. We were busy.
Yes, look, they could see on screen what match we were getting into. We've seen both of these teams already. Look, if you're paying attention, you know what's happening here. What's happening is Duck Motif is picking up the Rainmaker and getting freaking picks with it. What is happening?
Should. I thought they were actually going to go for right checkpoint there with the picks they've gotten, but no. They do manage to get that first checkpoint. This is such a fast first checkpoint for this map.
I think it's always a little bit smarter to maybe go for the left one when you're accounting for like respawns coming back in, because even though it is a little bit slower in the long run, it's still the path that you're going to be wanting to take if you want to like not just like cheese a little closer to that check. And with that vac though, you're going to get access to this ramp here. Getting popped in a little early, but they're still going to get onto that glass. Red Shell getting behind them with this zip cast and causing a whole lot of chaos for the members of Sweet Tooth. They are not letting up whatsoever, despite the fact that they have been going down rather consistently in this push.
And then we see the classic suction bomb on the Rainmaker trick, as everyone should know at this point. Having to back off. Oh, who stuck by? Oh, Drift managed to sneak by there for a second, able to get a few more points on the board. Bandit doing a great job just keeping up consistent pressure with that B-Jet, allowing their teammates to just get in. And they are just having to try and get that out of there, but Red Shell says no, it's staying up here. Ooh. And it's just Daybreak up, and they fully crossed over. And Red Shell's just causing chaos. And he's still there, just chilling really at this point. Probably trying to survive long enough to grab. But yeah, that's a push of all time.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone get that far into anyone's spawn when it's like this high level and close in skill. Like you might see that in like League when you're like bullying some kids, but like man, that takes some guts.
Early low ink round.
Yeah. When you got the Smurf team playing against like the actual team that belongs there, yes.
Sometimes it's just that it's the brand new team in low ink that didn't do that didn't do the other low-level tournaments first and just went, we're just gonna dive into it, which you should just dive into it. Sorry, I have a soapbox there. Yeah, just, there's a tournament, play in it. My bad excuse is that I commentate them sometimes.
Exactly. For me, having a job, but like, obviously we're all employed in this game, right? Anyway,
yes. Vacuum coming out there, eating those Rainmaker shots. Sweet Tooth just has to make such an insane push here. And they're having a hard time even getting to the checkpoint. Finally gonna get shut down though. Duck Motif does have to be careful not to get too confident with their position here. This is a map where KOs do happen.
Yes, they can and do happen here. 12 can be a little bit of a disheartening push to deal with because it is very hard once you're getting into that 30-20 range in this map. That glass can be a very major threshold for a lot of teams, especially one that isn't really running a vac like Duck Motif is. Like that's basically a guaranteed pass through the gas. I almost said pass through the gas. Pass through the glass. Don't pass gas. Pop that back. Let's play some Splatoon.
Exactly. We're going to grab this Rainmaker here, taking it over to the left side, of course. Not going to be able to get very far, though, even with that tactical alert. We are seeing Junkie just causing chaos. An interesting thing to note about this set, there's an Octobrush on each team. There's a consistent Octobrush player on each team. Not something we see very often.
Yeah, that is a bit of a rarity, huh? Yeah. So I know Red Shell is always going to be playing that. That's But the one on Sweet Tooth as well. Oh my
Junkie
gosh,
is very much a consistent
Junkie, yes,
Octobrush
yes.
player.
Yeah, I was forgetting their name, but I was like, oh yeah, they do also play Octobrush as well. That's it's uncommon, and it's good to see two of our main Octobrushes in this game like popping it in and getting this far into a tournament and being here at the same point in time, because the dynamic of having two teams that know how to play against Octobrush because they have one is something you don't get to see very
Oh, we're
often.
going right. Oh, we're going right.
That might be their only shot. So,
They are
hey,
going.
do it.
They
Oh my
might
gosh.
be able
Oh
to
my
get
gosh.
it. Oh, so close. They actually still might be able to make this work. That Zipcast is gonna end, but they managed to take out everybody just in time. No, Daybreak's still there. The brush does manage to spot them out though. That was so close there. That was a really good notice that Duck Motif had left right, probably way more open than they should have.
Yeah, that got very, very dangerously close for the members of Duck Motif, and they're probably just going to hold this here for the last 5 seconds. It's a very safe spot to be holding that Rainmaker, and it's very much going to guarantee them that game.
Yeah, that was the Rainmaker game.
That was the Rainmaker game of all time, I think. Yeah.
I don't know. There were some Black Belly Rainmaker games.
And crossing glass.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, definitely very classic Rainmaker moments of, oh, you didn't look at us long enough, or, hey, we had more jumps in, actually, so we're just gonna take this a little bit further. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, if they were able to get like a quick pop, if they had maybe like a hammer or something at the ready to let that Rainmaker, yeah, that could have actually been a lot scarier for the members of Duck Motif. But I think the way that they kind of had things laid out for them was like very much reliant on Sweet Tooth not even getting into such a good position to begin with. Like it was very like, okay, we're gonna knock out before Sweet Tooth has an opportunity, and when that didn't happen, it was like, oh no, what do we do for the rest of the game?
We only planned on the offense? What do you mean we need to play defense? What if I thought we could just hold forward and make it work? And they did. They did almost mess it up, though. They did almost forget to watch that right side push.
Yeah, and like I think that's like 90% of teams, because most people don't push that direction unless they really see that opening. And it was good on Sweet Tooth to notice that it was there. Duck Motif was just able to react quick enough to the fact that they weren't gonna get punished. Which again, they almost did. So maybe a bit of a reality check for them, because for most of that game, it did look like it was a very clear cut win for them.
Yeah.
But maybe that has knocked them down like a peg or two to realize, oh, we could lose here.
Yeah, and Scorch is another map where you definitely can get those sneaky pushes in every once in a while, especially when both teams have a brush player going into Clan Blitz.
Yeah, and that Zipcast can be quite torturous on this one as well. No area of this map is truly safe, and it's what?
We got Kraken back out.
Oh. Well, look, I'm going to take a break for a few minutes now, just to,
Yeah. No, fully understandable, Siren.
Have a cup of tea, Yeah, you have fun there.
Yeah, absolutely. Henry looking to move forward here on this left side, taking advantage of the poking power of the machine. Junkie sharking up here, looking to take out Henry, able to. And just, both teams kind of know what's going to happen here if they let the Kraken get online.
Junkie getting up into the base and is fully behind them now. Can they get another clam? No. Oh. Okay, Red Shell has been doing very strong with the awareness. Not quite aware enough to know that suction bomb was going to be sitting directly on top of his jump, but nevertheless was able to stop that Octobrush from getting something real corny out early on.
Definitely good to be able to call that out. Definitely good to be able to stop that. Another jump managing to come out. Always impressive to see how fast those tactical jumps are. Taking them out there, absolutely huge. Able to take out Henry. This is a very comfortable spot now for Sweet Tooth to be able to start trying to set up in, but that Toxic Mist just makes it so hard to get in on this map. You almost need to consider taking grades. Especially with the Kraken out.
Yes, there's just one thing that can trump that Kraken, and it's getting on top of the grades or getting some height up in the air that's just beyond the reach of the little tiny non-existent Kraken arms. So you're going to want to use those heights and those angles for your advantage here. We have already been seeing that a little bit out of Sweet Tooth, though, with that Octobrush taking the Grates very early on in the game. But I think because of that now, they might be a bit more aware that that's the kind of approach that they might be going for. That's not a fight you're supposed to win, Daybreak.
Daybreak didn't get that memo.
Yeah, I guess not.
Definitely, they're doing a great job of making sure Red Shell doesn't get a chance to get that Kraken online, which is going to matter even more now that Duck Motif has that Power Clam ready.
Yes, speaking of having Power Clam ready, hey, there it goes. Bandit, you're going to be able to jump in now? That rain's kind of ticking on you there. Well, we got the Power Clam in, but at what cost, right?
At the cost of getting a second one.
This is disagree, actually.
This is just Baller again.
Yeah.
I've just seen this before.
Baller, but like, make it a little bit more annoying and actually threatening. Like, okay, I could die to this, maybe. Like, Baller was just like, ooh, watch out! I have a little foam sword, I'm swinging it at you, woo! Yeah, this is a bit more of a concern. Speaking of concern, they are 3 down and 20 points ahead for Sweet Tooth here. Jumping in with another one. They could actually knock this out like right now. Like just don't die right now and we have this.
They do. They just need to find one more clam. There it is. Sweet Tooth said, yeah, you tried your Kraken cheese. You didn't have enough clams to brute force it. We're just gonna end this now. You don't get to try that again. GG.
Yeah, you know, it works when it works, and apparently when it works is on Umami, when you don't have Grates controlling every part of the map, just the vertical ones that don't really matter for that special.
Yeah, no, just that one silly vertical grate that doesn't do all that much. Junkie did an incredible job throughout that game of just controlling so much space, though, and like it almost seemed like it was Junkie's job to focus the roller to prevent too much Kraken nonsense from happening.
Yeah, you know, as long as you're micromanaging that and you have somebody specifically there to cancel it out, then you get to play a normal game of Clam Blitz that doesn't involve that, which, you know, they got for a little bit there, because it did involve stopping that push. But, you know, when you give enough pity clams, if you give a mouse a cookie, something about a glass of milk, he's going to want the milk, okay? And that's what they got.
Yeah. And Sweet Tooth happy to eat the cookie and take the milk. Ship-shaped cargo, yet again. Rushes are gonna have a great time here. Last time we saw this, we did see Junkie switch over to the Tri-Slosher, but I don't know if that's an adaptation they're gonna keep for Duck Motif.
I think after that painful experience against the pencil, I don't think we'll see it again. I would be probably like trying to sleep that night and like thinking about like, dang, it was overtime and I died to a pencil. But that's just me. I don't think that's what should happen to the members of Sweet Tooth.
No, I think if you're going to sleep regretting things about Splatoon that much, it's gonna happen sometimes. But like, try to have sometimes mental matters.
Ludi season does this to me.
Ludi season does just be like that. You're so right.
Yeah, it's like, but what if this happens? But what if Cherry Limeade does beat Rabbit? Like, I just be like in bed thinking about that. Because there's just like all this math too on top of that. I want this so bad, but like also so does everybody else, right?
Yeah.
So gotta keep that in mind. Game 3.
Yes, game 3. Ship-shape cargo zones. Sweet Tooth, Duck Motif to see who goes on to play against
Shadowbolt?
Shadowbolt, yeah, that's the one.
I only remember their team name, to be honest with you, because it's a thing in My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. Anyone else? any My Little Pony fans in chat? Hashtag Shadowbolt. Anyway.
We are getting into this here. Pretty much the same comp we've been seeing out of Sweet Tooth here. We are seeing that brush stick around. Charger coming out here. Brush Nouveau coming out for Duck Motif, along with the Charger sticking around. It is Bandit on that Charger, so there's no major surprise there seeing that.
Yes. Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, Bandit is always going to be playing that. It's Bandit, right?
Yes.
No. Yes? Yes. Aha. Okay. I don't know why I was like, I don't remember what Team Bandit's from. This one.
It is exactly this one, yes. Junkie coming out here with the Zipcaster, looking to find the pick, able to cause so much chaos while finding at least one, forcing the Charger into a rough position, and looking to try and find fall off onto Red Shell there, but not going to be able to.
Red Shell just setting up camp, as you can see here on this top right. Does have that rain getting deployed right now. Is going to try and use it to find the members of Sweet Tooth, who are narrowly escaping this, and somehow that zone does not quite move in a way that I think they wanted it to in that scenario there. So points still ticking down for Sweet Tooth here in this neutral. Junkie going to be able to move up here, is causing an absolute mess into the plat of Duck Motif. Is going to take 2 down with them, which is more than a net gain to them, because that's also a net lead down to 47 right now.
Yeah, Sweet Tooth definitely feeling very comfortable on this zone right now, wanting that rematch, it seems, with Shadowbolt pretty badly. Junkie moving in again on this right side, just really loving it over there, finding the fall off on Henry, and looking to start moving up on that top left. Just seeing how far they can get in, really. Getting close to that Zipcaster, too. Rain's ready on the side of their Nautilus. Rough drop there from Drift. You gotta make sure you clear out under the ledges when you know there's an Octobrush, though.
Yeah, Junkie has been putting a lot of work here, and you just, like, we're in the 10s, so we do just have to cover the zone. And Sweet Tooth, what an upset, honestly. Yeah. Coming out from the loser's side here and getting that 2-1 victory, and I gotta give it to Junkie for that game. Like, a lot of that was just like, hey, I'm gonna just assume that these people don't know that there's gonna be an Octobrush sitting in their base despite playing with Red Shell.
Yeah, no, when have they ever... No, surely, when have they ever seen players that play with Red Shell an Octobrush Shark anywhere? Surely that's something they've never experienced.
Truly a unique experience no one's ever seen before.
Yeah, no, nobody's ever seen a brush shark. No,
yeah,
why would an Octobrush ever do that?
The pressure can get to anyone at that point as well. So, like, your brain isn't really on that. It's on, I need to get to the zone before they get down to 30. But then, you know, when you don't think about that, it's okay.
It's a big snowball effect.
Yeah, it's less of a problem of them getting down to 30 and a problem of them just outright winning the game.
Yes. Sometimes you gotta let them get a few extra points and just hope you can match their push and get a little further, instead of trying to rush in and force something and getting wiped out. But we are going to see the rematch here between Shadowbolt and Sweet Tooth, which should be exciting. There were some pretty close games last time. I know the 1-3 score doesn't really indicate that, but there were some close games.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one as well. And I think this is a bit of a cliche. Like, it gets brought up every single time. But, like, momentum always plays a part in Splatoon. Like, not Duck Motif. Shadowbolt has just been kind of sitting here waiting the entire time since their victory.
Sometimes teams will just go off and play Minecraft while they wait. I've seen that happen many times.
God, lots of Splatoon. That were me.
You know, I've seen there are some teams just like to make sure they're having a good time, and I respect that.
That's really what we're here for, right? You know, when you're
there's no money to be made here. Like, we all know why we're here.
We want that sweet, delicious clout. That's the key reason.
the clout and the friends we make along the way.
So true. Friendship is magic. Shadowbolt.
You're so right, Siren. You are so right.
I should get into slam poetry. I don't know if that exists, like, if there's a scene for that here.
I'm fairly sure you can probably find one. Surely.
Yeah, this is Canada. This is
Canada.
Is the real land of the free and the land of slam poetry. I feel like that's gonna upset somebody in chat.
It might. I think you're right. I just moved here and I think you're right. So that must mean something.
One of us.
Yeah, you've acquired another one. The Canadian Splatoon scene is so much bigger than people give it credit for, though, by the way. Nobody ever talks about it, really, but it's a big scene.
I think months ago I would disagree with you because, like, I don't feel like there's much of a presence in my city. Like, you are in the capital of Splatoon for the country,
Yeah.
But where I am, even though it's a capital city, it's a big city, for me, I didn't even think there was anyone here who played Splatoon aside from me and Bursty for like the longest time. I was like, that's it. That's the two. Those are the people who are here. But more recently, I guess getting a little more off topic, I had found out that like one of the colleges here has its own CCA team, and I'm like,
nice.
this is crazy. You people have been here? Like, you're here? You exist? It's like, I feel like Indiana Jones.
To be fair, the town I lived in before this was a pretty small town, and I didn't realize somebody else that played Splatoon at a decent level also lived there until we were talking at a LAN randomly. Like, that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yes. It's just one of those, like, that actually happened to me too with one of the Toronto Squid socials. I was, they were like, oh, where are you from? And I tell them Ottawa, and they're like, oh, actually, well, me too, I travel for these. And I had no idea that, they existed. I have not heard from that person, though, in quite some time. So I've just assumed that they do not play anymore, not part of the community.
Yeah.
It would be nice to know better, if they're still around, but, like, maybe
they're listening right now and they'll reach out. It's not gonna happen, but it could, in theory.
If you're listening right now, find me.
You can see our Twitters.
Oh yeah, they are on screen. I don't know. There's not that many of us out where I am, but
that's fair. There's a lot by me.
Yeah, I found just one competitive person from my last job, actually.
Oh, nice.
When I got hired there, it was sort of like I already knew everyone there. It was more of me returning to a different location of the same place that had a lot of people I worked with. And they were like, oh, well, you're going to get along real well with this person and this person because they're like Splatoon people. And then I show up and it's like, oh, you're the Splatoon person here. Like, I love Splatoon. Like, I love Pro Chara. And dude, and I get to be like, oh, watch this. Like,
yeah.
Actually, I know Pro Chara. Like, you
get to feel so cool for a second.
Like, whoa! Like, you know that event, like Low Tide City that just happened? They're like, yeah, did you get to go? And I'm like, well, actually, I ran it. And
those are always fun moments. I have not had many of them yet, but I'm hoping to as time goes on. I will say that if you're at a college, look into making a team there. You'll be able to, probably. Just very honestly. You can usually find 4 people willing to play Splatoon.
Yeah. I don't know where I was going with that. I just, for some reason, I got sad at the thought of looking for people to play Splatoon with.
You have a team siren. It's okay. You don't need to look for FAs. You're okay, I promise.
The very proposition of ever having to go back into the FA market was just like, oh no.
Not the FA market. Look, who gets to be on a team with a 4th for more than like 2 weeks, really? Sure, I haven't been on a team with a 4th for longer than 2 weeks in over a year. Possibly a year and a half or 2. That's just normal. Surely that's normal. This is everyone's experience.
I had that experience in 2018. It's all part of the character arc. It's a canon event. We can't interfere with it. That's why no one's trying to know.
It's been a year and a half already, at least. Please.
Yeah. I definitely have that, and I know Lux and Hope aren't watching, but they're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about.
It's just how it goes.
Yeah.
You can still find people to play with, which is all that matters. As long as you're able to play the game and enjoy the game, it's all good.
The real game was the friends we made along the way.
Truly my belief.
I don't know what's taking this match so long, but as a side note, earlier I messed up and I dropped a noodle on, I think I dropped a noodle and I can't find it. And
oh no.
that has just made me think that it's sucked up into the wheels of my rolling chair, and I'm very worried. Chat, can you like reassure me that like I don't have a noodle in my chair and I'm just imagining this?
You're probably imagining it. Surely there's not a noodle in the wheel of your chair. That would be a rough time.
My chopsticks are the same color as the noodle, so like what if it just like me dropping the chopstick just made me think it was the noodle?
Definitely a possibility. Could totally happen. Definitely, I'd say more likely than there being a noodle in the wheel of your chair.
Okay. I'm so glad.
I'm so sorry if I'm wrong, though. That's a rough moment.
The noodle is the friends you made along the way.
You know?
So glad that you guys are still here and listening despite the delays.
You know, I hope Shadowbolt didn't actually just go play Minecraft. I know I made a joke about teams doing that earlier because they do that sometimes. But, like, you gotta come back, Shadowbolt.
Yeah. Well, I think it's, according to Elemental, it's actually Sweet Tooth.
Oh.
But we're supposedly starting soon. You're a good noodle.
You know, sometimes you gotta go places for a minute. That's life. Elemental has made it very clear now how much time we've got ticking down. Thank you very much.
You. This is what I love about doing Splat streams with Elemental, because it's like, it's very chaotic, and it's like, oh, Popgun's not watching, like, let's just throw this on real quick. I don't even know what background music we have today, but, you know, I feel like it should be, like, more, like, goofy, like, Mario RPG music.
You know, Siren, with the way we've been having conversations, maybe it's just circus music.
There's, like, one boss in Mario RPG that is, like, got a really, really cutesy, fartsy song. I don't know what it is, but...
We can't use Nintendo music anymore. A great point from Elemental. Yeah,
Oh
that is part of the
gosh.
guidelines.
Oh my gosh, well, I'll send you my mixtape, and then you can play that every week instead. It's
Can't
just
wait
my
to hear
slam
it, Siren.
poetry over, like, FL Studio beats, but yeah.
What is your slam poetry about, Siren?
Passing gas and crossing glass.
You're so right. Just the one
Noodle
poem on
chair.
loop. And we are getting into it here.
Finally.
We've got Sweet Tooth and Shadowbolt on TC Hagglefish, a classic map mode. We've all seen it. We are going to see Junkie switching back over to that Tri-Slosher adaptation they made earlier. Same comp that we were seeing earlier out of Shadowbolt. Squeezer also coming out for Sweet Tooth. Going to allow them to have a lot more of that ranged pressure.
Yeah, that's... I love Squeezer! I love...
Woo, Squeezer! It's good in every game it's in. Woo!
Well, and it should be. Honestly, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one shooter that deserves it. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
But we're pulling some weight. We're riding the tower. We have that pencil working. We're gonna get cooler in like 5 seconds because we've just been fed all this orange ink.
Yeah,
It's good.
Yeah, the orange ink's very tasty. It's orange soda flavored, right? That's how that works?
Gosh, I wish.
Everybody dropping down to get the cooler for a second. Still not really able to approach that checkpoint too much with how much pressure Sweet Tooth is applying here. Sangura having to back off pretty intensely, trying to find the pick on Junkie. Can't quite find it though. Toffee looking to help out, going down to that Zuka shot. The Trip Strike's going to be able to help them out a lot if they need an emergency tower clear at the end, or to help them out with that first checkpoint on the right, because it can be so hard without like a machine or something like that to clear out that top right area.
Yeah, it has been very solid, very early on here. We kind of just been waiting for a breakthrough on either team, but as you can see here, kind of taking turns going 2 down, 1 down at a time. Which team will fall through first? I don't know. When both of them are very skill level equivalents, like it could go either way. As we saw before, both of these teams kind of had it a bit close before. Shadowbolt getting that upper hand beforehand. I'm not so sure they'll get it again here, especially with how things are going right now. Bingo going to be left alone here on that bottom left. Will Sweet Tooth be able to capitalize on that is another question here, because they can't really just ignore Bingo. Though, with that being said, Bingo does go down, so hey, here's your chance. presented.
It is. It is their chance. They've also managed to take out Toffee now. Junkie looking to find the pick on Sungura. Sungura gonna have to jump out there. That's a big jump out. Hermit riding this tower, having those trip strikes ready, gonna be looking to get through this checkpoint finally. Almost halfway through the game and neither team's broken a checkpoint. So right now Hermit's just gonna sit here looking to, genuinely just looking to get another trip strike ready. That's kind of what T-Tech does. Does eventually jump out. Couple more points snuck in by Junkie. Junkie just causing some chaos back there. But they are going to just ignore him now, because you don't have to keep paying attention to the person that flanks you and just sits in your spawn. It's usually useful to stop looking at them. And Junkie's just there now. Finally going to jump out.
Yes, this is now an opportunity for Shadowbolt to kind of mimic the exact same thing we just saw before there. Toffee is going to get a pick onto Keto. That is actually a pretty big deal here. That does get the risk of Azuka mitigated for now, assuming that they didn't have that cooler activated, and they did not from the appearance of things. So that will allow them to get the lead here. They're going to move up onto this right side as well. Toffee is just going to ignore the fact that there's a splash wall here entirely and just cause a whole lot of chaos moving up into their faces. And it's really just going to be Daybreak here, getting threatened by the existence of that Zuka coming out from the tower.
Zuka, you need to have something to help you clear out that top right area. Zuka's really good at it. Zipcaster's pretty good at it. Rain, not as good at it, just because Rain's not ever going to as directly clear out an area, but does help apply a lot of pressure. This is a huge push here from Shadowbolt, able to cause a lot of damage. They did also manage to get Tactical out, so we probably are going to see a couple jumps in if there's the opportunity. Bingo going to have to back off a little bit, looking to apply pressure around that tent area. Finally being forced back into mid, but they have that Zuka ready. Teammates on the respawn. They are probably going to be able to pretty comfortably hold mid here for a bit.
Yeah, I think this is going to be like the Shadowbolt approach we were seeing before, where it's like, okay, we got a lead we're satisfied with, time to just hold up in the exact same spot for the rest of the game, and stay defensive and watch all the entry points. Like, you can see Stan here watching that left recognizes that Junkie is coming in from that area, is able to actually mark them with that point sensor and chase them down. Full on manhunt for that. Notices the right side is kind of looking a little flanked there, so Hermit must be there as well. So it does feel like a take down and destroy kind of method, where we just like recognize, okay, there's one member kind of pooling in from that side, let's fight that, and let's take this one at a time. Which is a very successful strategy when you're playing against teams that kind of rely on sharks and these different angles to get towards you.
Yeah, which, like, Sweet Tooth is going to have to do. That's one of the big things that Tri-Slosher just by default does. There's only 2 seconds left. I don't see how they get to the tower in time. Yeah. Great job there from Shadowbolt of just knowing how to get the lead they needed and then just going, okay, we hold this. We don't need to do anything fancy. We don't need to do anything wild. We pick off the people we see. We don't let them get close. And they did an excellent job.
Yeah, that they definitely did. And I feel like we're gonna see a lot of that approach continue as well. And I'm just wondering what Sweet Tooth is going to be able to bring in the next few games to prevent them from being able to do this over and over again. But I may have drawn a bit of a blank at one point during that game. Because I realized I have a bit of a mighty need. Like, I have this, like, urge in my heart from lands to, like, you know, I want to, like, drum up hype when it's grand finals of a tournament. I'm like, oh, like, give it up for grands, hype. Like, but I'm also just alone in my bedroom in the suburbs. And I realized that this could be easily solved if I just, like, had that thing that Sam had in iCarly. She presses the buttons.
Yeah. No, I think every commentator should just invest in that, actually. I think you're so right, Siren. I think we should all just invest in those.
Hold on, I'm Googling. iCarly Sam remote toy. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, it's on Amazon.
Oh.
Yes, applause.
Yeah.
Hold on here. It's only got 1 rating and it's out of stock. I need this thing. Anyone with a Sam remote in chat, please, like, sell this to me for the greater good.
The amount of chaos you could cause with that Siren, truly unparalleled, and would be so incredible.
It's $83 on eBay.
Ooh.
Oh. Applause, boo, random dancing, and sound.
The random dancing one would be you could just use the random dancing button at a LAN. What are the players gonna do?
And dance.
Yeah, they
Randomly.
gotta. They gotta. You said to. You're the TO. They gotta.
Soundboard and Discord. It's just not the same.
Yeah, no. Emotionally, it's
not.
so different.
I need that iCarly experience.
I need a physical button to press. I need it to be better,
This is
actually.
just like iCarly, actually. Like, I can be Sam, you can be Carly, and Elemental gets to be Freddy.
That is exactly the commentary setup. There's always a Sam, there's always a Carly, and there's always a Freddy. You're so right. Anyway,
Midnight. We're on
yeah.
Humpback Bump Track.
yeah,
out here.
everybody. There's Toxic Mist. I love seeing Toxic Mist on this map. You throw it on the elbow, what can they do? Not much. Stan having to look back as Junkie's already on the flank. Daybreak looking to apply some pressure, taking advantage of the pencil, helping them out. Hermit having that cooler at the ready now. Yep. They're just painting now. They have to be patient. Not a lot they can do. Both teams just kind of stuck in waiting mode as they keep going, one player down each.
Yeah, this is very early Rainmaker type behavior, except for the fact that where we normally pick up the Rainmaker by now, because it's almost a minute through the game. But hey,
Who needs the Rainmaker? You don't need the objective to win the game.
we're establishing the footing, we're setting the boundaries, and we're making the rules,
Yep.
and we're pushing that Rainmaker. It is just going to be that Nautilus there, trying to stop all 4 members of Sweet Tooth from getting in here. Which, hey, that's the position you want to be in pretty early on if you're Sweet Tooth.
Yeah.
But not this, not the one where it's just the Rainmaker.
Not the one where the Nautilus
getting bullied.
succeeds.
Yes.
Admittedly, if you're gonna have a weapon there to do that has to solo stop 4 people pushing into an elbow, Nautilus is kind of the weapon for it. Junkie coming in from behind here, looking to find the flank here on Stan, able to apply a lot of pressure, gonna be able to find Singura, that's a huge pick. Able to take out the Rainmaker, but not before they break the checkpoint. Might find Toffee, does. That is a triple out of Junkie, but Bingo gonna be able to pop this Rainmaker, gonna be able to start looking to do something with it, but not able to find too much yet with Daybreak there, just ready to shut it down.
Yeah, able to hug that wall really well and kind of prevent any shots getting back at you. Right side peeking, as I found out maybe way later than everyone else, does not exist in this game. And I kind of miss it.
Did they actually get rid of it in 3?
Yeah, they did.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've been living my life like I can still right side peek. This is news
Yeah,
to
no,
me.
like hugging the wall is still good, but we can't do the thing where we don't get hit and also get to shoot and stuff like that. It's just not a thing anymore. Which means
Devastating.
I think it's the devs trying to set us up to give us really terrible asymmetrical maps, and I am begging you to not do that.
Please no, please, we can't have salt spray rig back. I can't live like that, actually.
Yeah, I don't want salt spray. I don't want that other one that I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, that we can just go without those ones. I would rather. I don't think that's what
You know, surely they don't. Surely we don't have to deal with those again. They didn't make us deal with Moray again. We all thought we were gonna have to deal with Moray again.
I think the day they add salt spray is the day I know it's time to quit.
I would actually agree with that statement. It is the one thing that would get me to leave. There is one get Nox to leave button, and it's salt spray rig.
Oh wait, actually, I just realized I'm a TO. I'm the one who decides whether or not it gets played. So hold on, I think we're safe. We're safe.
Oh, okay. That's great. I'm glad that I won't ever have to play it. I still will play solo queue and be upset about it though. We're having a Humpback Rainmaker moment of both teams are just kind of stalling. Sweet Tooth got the push they wanted, so they're not gonna do anything too wild. But they might have to now. Sangura managing to sneak through. Nope, try slosher moment.
Yeah, look, we're getting the trades, and that's all that really matters. Like, we don't need to actually win fights anymore. We have Tacticooler. So
You do if Stan flanks you though.
a little bit. What is this? This is not a push that you just get to like jump around and get a little fighty fight on. Like that's not it's not gonna work when the margin is like 20. Come on.
It seems like it almost did. Stan almost made that happen.
It was only like 15 points away, but yeah! Copium.
No, they'll find a way to break through the Tri-Slosher's Toxic Mist on an elbow.
This
Surely.
teleport, it's just like, just unplug
You know,
the
Toffee's
Wi-Fi.
trying it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is so much teleporting in Splatoon, sadly. Sadly, that has not changed between games.
Yeah.
If anything, it's gotten worse.
I do like this use of Toxicness, but with that Tri-Slasher going down, that's gonna be rough.
It seems like it doesn't seem like they're too stressed about it. Oh, they should be. But no, Tri-Slosher.
Yep, and that's gonna be a near full wipe onto the side of Shadowbolt. They really just have been popping a lot of coolers, but finally able to drop this. They're just gonna make a mad run for that's 3 down again. I think if they're smart, they're gonna stay in this cubby and not even show their face.
Yeah, I mean, it's a comfy little spot to hang out. It seems like you could almost take a nap there pretty generally. It's like one of the safest spots on Umback, unless there's an Explo.
I could go for a nap about now.
Yeah. Admittedly, I'm assuming most of these players are East Coast and are probably a little sleepy. I do live my life on the bias that everyone is in Eastern time zone until I'm told otherwise. Because there's a correct time zone and it's Eastern time zone, actually.
I'm with you there. I feel like everyone who isn't Eastern just needs to adapt to us.
Exactly. You just gotta get used to it. Like, we're here at midnight. It should feel like midnight for you too. Those are the options here.
That is so true. Yeah. Honestly, I can't wait for Genesis because I am such a night owl. I'm gonna be normal there. Like, it's gonna be like 1 a.m. and I'll be like, time for bed. Like, that is so much better.
Yeah, I haven't. My grad school didn't have classes this week, so my sleep schedule's been take away the only structure that I usually use. It goes a little crazy sometimes. That's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll go back to my old lady sleeping hours next week. It's fine. I'm usually like in bed at 11, awake at 7 person. That's usually my life. Did stay up until 5 a.m. a couple times this week.
Okay, that's good. I was gonna say for a second there, like, just cannot relate.
Yeah. But we are at 1-1 right now.
Like, sleep for 12 hours on the days that I don't work, and then sleep for 3 hours on the days that I do.
That's very understandable, to be fair. Sometimes you just don't need sleep until you do need sleep, actually.
I'm like a bear going through hibernation every week, just repeatedly.
Pretty similar comps coming out here. We're seeing the Squeezer coming back out from Sweet Tooth. Stan looking to apply some pressure. Junkie just already actually over here causing chaos, doing Tri-Slosher activities, really. Not going to be able to jump out in time. They're probably running QR. You don't get it on your first death, but they also only care so much because they're playing Tri-Slosher.
Yeah, I like being mindful to that Zuka's going to be coming out very, very quickly. Bingo, playing this very aggressively, does see a challenge and wants to take it. Ends up surrendering, and I respect that 100%, except for the fact that Daybreak got behind you, and that did cause a bit of a trade. Though, that death cam is actually going to show you, reveal a little bit of the fact that Junkie has just gotten behind you. So I do expect Bingo to notice this.
Bingo.
What? Bingo!
Bingo, no!
Okay, I thought we had object permanence at this level.
No.
Apparently not.
Why would Hey, Siren, have you ever met a Splatoon player with object permanence outside of, like, the top, like, 4 teams, really?
I haven't played enough Suika game to develop my brain to have object permanence.
Me neither, Siren. Commentators just have the privilege that we get to see more information, so we don't need object permanence, it just stays on the screen for us.
I think we saw the same amount of information as Bingo, but like,
I think we did see the same amount as Bingo. I just was trying to give Bingo an excuse. I'm gonna be so real.
I will also just assume that at least the one person in this lobby has ADHD. And that's coming from me, and I have it. So it's
I also have it.
So if not them, at least us.
Yeah, there's at least always one person interacting with the Splatoon game that has ADHD. It's a safe bet. Sungura looking to apply some pressure here on Plot, able to hold this space really well, all things considered. Splash Ball coming out, making that a bit harder for them, though. Daybreak looking to go up, get some high ground. Power Clam finally going in. Probably not going to be a massive push here, considering that it's just Daybreak and Junkie left up. But Toffee managing to get that trade. That's a pretty good trade for Toffee. Junkie trying to get in on Bingo yet again. Bingo does know this time, though. So that's good.
That is good. It also could just be because of the fact that we were painting up that side of the map, and we were just running directly at it. But like,
we're gonna give them benefit of the doubt.
I was saying that like Bingo was doing the right thing. I don't know what Junkie was like. Oh, I'm just gonna do the world's most obvious flank, but it may have just been like a stall
Wrong
kind
place,
of thing.
wrong time.
Yeah. Speaking of flanking to Junkie.
Hi, Junkie.
Oh well. Hey, look,
Yeah, it worked.
They resulted in them turning around and Sweet Tooth actually getting the 3 down onto Shadowbolt once again, which is going to be good for them because they are holding that lead and they were risking it in the position that they were in before. Zuka is going to come out.
Yeah, they definitely don't have a solid lead here. They don't feel safe with this lead. Neither team is safe right now. Both of these teams are just playing very chaotically. That's the word I'm gonna go with.
Yeah, that is the point. That is the moment. Keto gonna be moving up here onto this right side. Does have some power clams at the ready. You can see him trying to cook that Zuka.
Yeah.
This is kind of taking a while though because it does feel like a lot of members of Sweet Tooth have prioritized paint, and when you're competing for that same paint, it can be a little bit difficult. So you do kind of have to wedge your way in a little bit first and start really getting in the face with your opponents when you can't quite mitigate that with specials on their own.
Junkie coming out with the Inkjet, looking to find just that little bit more space, allowing one more power clam in, a couple coming in from that step area. But Sungura gonna be able to shut some stuff down. Still pretty easy for Shadowbolt to make a counter push. They don't have much time to do it though. They definitely have the clams too. Stand going down is gonna be a bit of a barrier for them. Once again, Junkie on the flank. I'm gonna be real. They know Junkie's gonna come from the left side at this point. Or they should.
They definitely should. I don't think they expect Junkie to be as gutsy as they have been so far, and I think that's the main thing. They're like, oh, surely they won't do it again because we've canceled this out a few times already. But they still go for it, and you know that's fine enough when you're stalling for time. But it's kind of worrisome now when we're getting into 10 seconds left and they have a power clam sitting at your basket along with another one. That what's gonna be the lead? That's just gonna be 2 members left. Toffee is stuck in that zip cast. They can't jump that clip. Stan is gonna get there, and that is gonna be game for Shadowbolt. How narrow is that?
Both of these teams definitely putting up a very good fight. Museum is just such a hard map to push in on. It's also a hard map to clear out. So I'm very impressed at both teams' defenses there. They were both doing a good job at clearing out the spaces they needed to. It just is such a... It feels like it's the biggest map in the game. I could be wrong. It feels so big every time I play on it.
I agree with you. I don't know the square footage of anything in this map.
Me neither.
But I think maybe the only other contender for that would probably be like Hammerhead.
Maybe Flounder. We don't play Flounder much anymore, but like Flounder actual space-wise might be. Not the space you use of the map, but the actual space it has.
I think Flounder is still probably smaller. I think it just feels big because of the height.
That is fair.
I don't... It feels pretty small. Like, I know, like, it's space versus usage, but it's like, I can think of, like, a few spaces.
That's fair.
Yeah. I definitely think it's probably Museum, but we're also probably, like, entirely... Like, we're gonna find out, like, it's Umami somehow.
They've cooked on Umami somehow. They made it so big and so small at the same time. Just truly a mystery size of a map. It doesn't quite have Piranha Pit Syndrome, but it's like pushing Piranha Pit Syndrome.
Where so Freddy has said Manta. And by Freddy I mean Elemental. And I think I don't know if it's a matter of fact that it's Manta that you're saying, or if it's just an opinion. I could see that though. I could see it.
Museum just feels bigger when you play on it, but I don't know why I feel that way. It probably isn't. It is probably just that I don't like... Did I say Manta? I meant to say Museum. It's late.
I don't know what you said. I don't have object permanence or audio permanence in any aspect.
Me neither. Anyway, bye zones!
playing Splatoon. That's right.
Yeah. That is what I believe we're doing. You never know. Maybe the teams are gonna switch it up and play Minecraft on us. Maybe we're just gonna Minecraft PvP is a thing, right? I don't know. I feel old when people talk about Minecraft.
You not play?
No, actually, I never played it. I'm of the age range where I absolutely should have. I didn't though.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're like around my age. Like that was big in middle school. Yeah, there is definitely PvP and like whole servers just for PvP and stuff like that. So we could totally do that one day. Just like, you know, grand finals, Minecraft instead of Splatoon. Everyone's fighting for the right to play Minecraft.
We are seeing trip strikes coming out here again from Sweet Tooth. They used these the last time they played Maki Zones. Not a huge shock to see it coming out again. Junkie sticking with that tri-slasher. Trip strikes coming out. Should allow Sweet Tooth to start breaking in, but Bingo's going to get in right past them. But Junkie's going to shut that right down.
Yeah, Junkie has been very good at just shutting a lot of things down. They do really need to clock Junkie and make sure that they're accounting for Junkie's location pretty much at any given time during these matches if they want things to continue in their favor. Because that did really almost cost them the game on Museum there.
Yeah.
It was very, very, very close. Though, with that, Shadowbolt doing a pretty good job at staying up on this right side here. Stan has that rain at the ready and is just dodging these specials getting tossed at him. So really, really good work out of Shadowbolt here, able to hold on to this zone despite really not staying on it, which is, you know, given that it's Mahi, is a unique and special skill.
Yes, Mahi is such a map of all time. Junkie actually getting to live in the Inkjet this time, not something we've been getting to see very often just because of the weapons Shadowbolt's playing. Usually pretty easy for Junkie to get taken out. Forced to jump out there, Sungura gonna be able to continue being set up. Not really what you want. You really want to be able to get their anchor out of position to prevent their jumps in. But right now, Shadowbolt's looking pretty comfy. The trip strikes are coming out, but Bingo going back to paint over along with Sungura. And that looks like it's gonna, that is just game. That is Shadowbolt
Game and tournament,
winning for 24. Proving Grounds 24.
Link pool.
I'm doing, you know, they both start with
pool.
P. They are at the pool. And they both start with P.
Don't pee in the pool.
Please don't, yeah. Don't do that at LTC or Riptide. Simple requests, really.
JPEG already did that, I think.
Yeah, I do believe JPEG did do that. But, like, JPEG's allowed to, nobody else is.
I don't know if he did it at Riptide this year. I feel like that would have been kind of messed up, because there was, like, it was only Smashers and Splatoon players there, right?
It was, yeah.
It's like friendly fire, so I don't know.
But really great gameplay there out of Shadowbolt. They did an incredible job to take the set. We are not going to see a bracket reset as they came out of the winner's side. Proving Grounds 24 going to Shadowbolt.
And I think that's the same winners we had last time I was watching Proving Grounds as Shadowbolt as well. So like, props to them. They're on a slight win streak of just Shadowbolt winning while Siren is commentating. Good job. Side note there, circling back to JPEG peeing in the pool.
Yeah.
I will note he didn't do that this year, but just a little before we go for tonight. Sorry to keep you all up. He did get someone to waterboard him in the lazy river. He was just there, and then some guy, we didn't know him, was like, "Hey, do you want me to waterboard you?" And he was like, "Yeah,"
What?
and he just held him under the fountains in the lazy river.
Hey kids, don't do that at home. That's not
Please,
safe.
yeah, don't ask random strangers to waterboard you.
And also don't ask to waterboard random strangers. It goes both ways.
That's the moral of the night, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. Play Splatoon well. Don't get waterboarded or waterboard people. Seems like a low bar to set, but I guess that's the bar.
Oh, wait, I have one more thing. Since we did mention that soundboard earlier. I'm not going to do the whole, like, I'm Siren, you can find me here thing. I'm just going to do this. You can do what you want after this, Nox, but I'm just going to shut up after this.
Yeah, my Twitter's been up there the whole time. Y'all know how to read that. But yeah, this has been Proving Grounds. Thank y'all so much for tuning in.